Chapter 91. A New Challenge. All avalanches begin with the movement of a small stone. Irmata Aryar. When stones fall on you, you should not look for diamonds among them. Commissar of the Great House of Nav. Interlude. It had been 4 days since Captain Shi. 7 days since John had left for Zahadum and vanished. He'd taken the White Star. A ship like that, the journey from the station to the Shadow Lair took only 3 days at top speed, and the rest of the time. Delenn sighed heavily, staring straight ahead, berating herself once again for her silence, for keeping the man from knowing what they knew about his wife. During their last conversation, it had been almost physically painful for the Minbari to see the captain's reaction to such news, but there was nothing she could do about it. And his message. A short video file left in the system for delayed delivery and received only after John had departed. Delenn, by the time you hear this, I'll be on Zahadum with Anna. Or rather, with what was once Anna, my wife. I can imagine your reaction, but I'm afraid I have no choice. Remember when we went to Babylon 4? And my temporal anchor was damaged. Then I didn't tell you what I saw, where I'd been. Forgive me for that. But the future was revealed to me. We won the war against the shadows, Delenn, but the price was the near extermination of the Centauri. And there I met you. You from the future. You told me that the future cannot be changed, that events as they are will remain as they are. But you also told me not to go to Zahadum, not to go no matter what. But I thought, what if everything I saw in the future, everything that happened after the war, what if the future turned out this way precisely because I listened to you and didn't fly to the planet of shadows? People have a theory, an ancient one from the 20th century, formulated by a Russian scientist. Although it was called something else back then, it's impossible to change the present by traveling to the past, because any action you take there will be the very action that led to your present. But I was in the future. What if I could end the war and save another civilization, even Londo's own kind? That's why I flew to Zahadum. I flew, knowing I might not return. I want to live, Delenn. I want to stay with you. But you were right. We have no time for personal desires now, so I flew. I flew, even though I'm absolutely certain it's a trap, because that creature hasn't been my wife for a long time. And Delenn, I heard your words, spoken there in the cabin. Forgive me for not answering then. But I will say it now. I love you, Delenn. And I will do everything to return. Delenn saw Sheridan's face as he spoke those words every time she closed her eyes. And there was still no news from the captain. And the dozen black cruisers that emerged from hyperspace and surrounded Babylon 5 the second day after John's departure only made the situation worse. However, the shadows departed as suddenly as they had appeared, meaning something had indeed happened on Zahadum. Delenn didn't believe their enemy would so easily give up the opportunity to destroy the resistance base, but there was still no news from the captain. And this was starting to cause problems. The alliance the captain had laid the foundation for was crumbling. The races of the League of Non-Aligned Worlds, seeing that nothing was happening anymore, that the shadows, like the Centauri, seemed to be lying low, took this as a good sign. and a good time to return to their personal problems. Over the past 4 days, she had spent dozens of hours talking with the ambassadors, and with each new meeting she felt more and more of them preparing to simply give up and leave. As easy as Sheridan had been at rallying all these aliens around a common goal, it was just as difficult for her to keep them together, because Delenn clearly felt, that this was far from over. And even if John had succeeded in his insane plan, one person couldn't end a war that had lasted thousands of years. If the captain didn't return in the next couple of days, she dreaded even imagining how it would all end. Delenn, Lanier called out quietly to the woman who had turned around at the sound of her voice, looking out of his room with concern. "You need to sleep. And eat." "I'm not hungry, Lanier." The woman shook her head, turning her gaze to the candle burning in front of her. "And sleep. I slept 2 days ago." Delenn. "I appreciate your concern, Lanier, but..." Before the Minbari could finish speaking, a signal sounded from the cabin door. A few seconds later, when a puzzled Lanier walked over and touched the opening panel, a tense and worried Garibaldi appeared in the doorway. Had something happened on the station again? "Mr. Garibaldi, I'm afraid you're a bit inconvenient now." "Ambassador Delenn." "Everything's fine, Lanier," the woman interrupted the attaché, rising from the sofa, forced to lean her hand on the back of it. No matter what she said, the long hunger strike and almost complete lack of sleep were taking their toll even on a Minbari body. And she was half human. "Did something happen, Mr. Garibaldi?" "Yes," the security guard nodded. "Ambassador Delenn, the League. They're gathering at the Zocalo. My people are keeping an eye on them, but they're just security and gatherings in public places. Anyway, if it's important to you, you'd better go now." Yes. "Thank you, Mr. Garibaldi. This is very important." "I'll take you," Michael nodded. "I'll go with you." Lanier stood next to the ambassador. The woman could only nod. A League meeting. She feared that this was how it would end. While communicating with the ambassadors in the official arena, she sensed their growing discontent, and she knew that sooner or later the alliance would fall apart. It seemed that moment had arrived right now, and her efforts, even bolstered by the Rangers patrolling the League's worlds, gathering bits and pieces of evidence that the shadows hadn't gone anywhere, merely lurking, as if waiting, hadn't been enough. Well, as long as we're alive, we must keep trying, mustn't we? She, too, would not give up until the very end. John would have done just that. Garibaldi nodded gravely, ushering Delenn and Lanier out of the cabin and into the corridor, overtaking them a moment later and heading toward the elevators. A grim look of concentration never left the security officer's face. The head of security of all people seemed perfectly aware of the potential consequences of this. Delenn wasn't sure if he was thinking about the collapse of the alliance the captain had created, or about global problems, but he was certain that such a gathering could lead to mass unrest. The Zocalo was already crowded. Even as they approached, the Minbari had seen numerous aliens continuing to flock to the central square of this part of the station. And, after turning one last time and entering the compartment itself, Delenn and Lanier saw the reason for Garibaldi's preoccupation. Literally everyone was there. Delenn hadn't seen such a large gathering of representatives from all the League races in a long time. They found it difficult to even advance any further into the compartment, forced to stop in the passageway. "Ambassador Delenn," a deep voice said, "may I accompany you?" Startled for a second, the woman turned to the speaker, hardly surprised to see one of Lord Baal's guardsmen there. A tall Felinid with spotted fur, clad in the power armor instantly recognizable to everyone on the station, making them look like living golden statues. She seemed to have seen similar felines before when studying Earth's fauna. Jaguars, Yes, that's what they were called in that training video. Yes, I will be grateful to you. My name is Karaid Durs, Ambassador. We are following you, Karaid. The Minbari bowed her head, quickly exchanging a glance with Lanier. I'll go to my people. Garibaldi breathed a sigh of relief. At the sight of the Felinid guardsmen, it clearly became clear to him that the ambassador would not be in any danger here, even in the most delirious of moments. Of course, Mr. Garibaldi. Thank you for letting me know about the meeting. The security guard nodded, striding quickly toward one of his subordinates standing nearby. Karaid growled briefly, causing the nearest aliens to flinch and glance warily at him. He gestured for the Minbari to follow him, and slowly advanced straight into the crowd. The effect was impressive. He seemed to simply walk forward, without making any sudden movements or pushing anyone aside. But the sentient beings parted for the Felinid, letting him and Delenn and Lanier follow. No one dared even protest such impudence, though she should have seen someone who did, considering what these warriors were capable of. The shadows have retreated. You all saw, came the voice of the Drazi ambassador, who had climbed onto the bridge crossing the bay with 3 other League representatives, how their ships departed the station. And for the past 7 days, there has not been a single attack on any of our territories. Isn't this a sign that peace between our peoples is possible, even after Captain Sheridan's reckless attack on Zahadum? I'm confident we can find. They'll come anyway. Delenn couldn't contain her emotions, exclaiming with almost despair in her voice. How do you know? The other ambassador pointed accusingly at her. The last war with the shadows was 1,000 years ago. You've said it yourself time and again. If we don't provoke them, another 1,000 years could pass before the next one. 1,000 years of security and peace for our peoples. We can't just throw that possibility away. If we send a fleet to Zaha, this fleet is our only salvation. Don't listen to her, the Drazi shouted angrily. Make her shut up. I don't advise showing any aggressivity, Karaid growled loudly, stepping forward. Vizar involuntarily swallowed at the sight of the massive Felinid, taking a step back from the catwalk railing. Tellingly, the aliens, having initially swayed toward Delenn, rolled back just as quickly, pressing into their neighbors and creating a nearly 3-meter-wide circle of empty space around the Minbari and her satellites. The square became noticeably quieter. Baal's guards, despite their small numbers, had quite a reputation among the station's inhabitants, so much so that even the most hardened inhabitants of the lower levels didn't dare tangle with them. You are driven by fear, Delenn sighed after a long pause, shaking her head. And you're driven by grief and loss. If Sheridan died, why shouldn't the others follow him, right? Ships set out for Zahadum and never return. No one has ever returned. You, Delenn simply didn't notice the deathly silence that descended on the compartment, which silenced even the ambassador who had spoken. Her gaze was fixed on the figure who had appeared on the gangway, entering the Zocalo through the far doorway. He was the one who simply couldn't be there, but whose arrival she desired more than any other wonder in the universe. A frowning expression, clearly expressing displeasure at what was happening. A tattered, dusty jacket that nevertheless still fit perfectly, as much as possible. And the precise movements of a military man. The dead Captain Sheridan had returned to Babylon 5. What kind of mess have you created? John spoke quietly and calmly. But Delenn felt as if his words thundered throughout the hall. Captain? I'll repeat the question. The man looked intently at Vizar. What kind of mess have you created? Forgive us, Captain. We thought you were dead. He was dead. The captain's cheek twitched, a wry grin spreading across his face. But I'm better now, thank you. Ambassador Vizar is right, the man continued into the absolute silence. I went to Zahadum. I saw the enemy face to face, and I died. In a sense, the captain's gaze found the Minbari woman's eyes in the crowd. And Delenn felt him warm, though Sheridan's expression remained unchanged, radiating stern composure and a grimness befitting the situation. And nothing else mattered anymore, at least for now. But despite all this, I understood the main thing. They are not gods. They are vulnerable, just like us. I fought them and killed many. And I returned to tell them, we can end this madness once and for all. The White Star fleet Delenn provided is only the beginning. We must join, and then, together, we will be the largest navy in the history of the galaxy. And it's not just about the battle. Close quote. It's about changing the very shape of our galaxy, not for ourselves, but for our children. And our children's children. John fell silent, his gaze sweeping over those present, as if ensuring everything he'd said had sunk in. It was as if the man were peering into the very depths of the souls of each sentient being standing before him. And they bowed their heads one after another, acknowledging the captain's correctness and his right to stand there and say what he had said. Tell your governments the words of the only man who flew to Zahadum and returned alive, he continued. We can put an end to this madness. We must put an end to it. Not for the near future, not for another 1,000 years, but forever. And I stand before you as the best proof that this is possible. We can fight, and we can win. But only together. I have spoken. The rest is yours. After sizing up the Drazi ambassador, who had been standing next to him like a statue, Sheridan turned and headed down the stairs. Feeling the tension of the last few days gradually ease, her fingertips trembling with excitement, Delenn moved toward the man, carefully pushing her way through the crowd, still stunned by the resurrection. Returning to Babylon 5 was a curious experience. After Sheridan's fireworks display, the shadows were quiet as a mouse, and the Emperor's will scanners didn't detect a single one of their ships within the Zahadum star system. At all. There was activity on the planet itself, including traces of living beings, including, surprisingly, what remained of Morden. But space was empty. It seemed the shadows appreciated the captain's actions, and preferred not to risk the remains of their homeworld just in case. Or perhaps Lorien had set them straight. Anything was to be expected from the first. In any case, when Sheridan finally came to, as if waking from a long sleep, he had a long conversation with Lorien, the details of which I was simply not privy to. The space being sealed off to literally all forms of radiation and energy. Another subtle hint at the difference in power with the local chthonic deity. However, this was unimportant, because literally half an hour later the first and the captain disappeared in a flash of light, transported even deeper into the planet's depths, from which, a moment later, a small ship, reminiscent of something aquatic and fishy, practically leaped out. The vessel was built using the same organic technology, combining features of both shadow ships and Vorlon technology, spiced up with a huge number of completely unfamiliar solutions and materials.
Lorien's personal carriage was clearly far more advanced than all of the above. Or perhaps it was simply older. I don't know if he'd been storing it somewhere down there all this time, or if he'd created it right then, as he did with the robe for the new ambassador Kosh, who, incidentally, flew out literally right behind him, in another small ship, practically a single-man boat, which was already crafted entirely from Vorlon materials, though its hull contours differed from the familiar form. Seeing a Vorlon ship emerge from the depths of the planet of their eternal enemies was amusing indeed. Both ships, Kasha's and Lorien's, opened the familiar hyperspace jump vortex and, without a farewell, departed in the usual English fashion. Only 2 seconds after the jump closed did Dorn flinch, look at me, and inform me, puzzled, that Lorien had contacted him telepathically and informed him that he and the captain were heading to Babylon 5 to sort out what was happening. What prevented him from doing so directly, verbally, so to speak, is completely unclear. But first is first. Let's be thankful that the most ancient being in the universe hasn't yet fallen senile. We arrived at the station almost simultaneously. Although, given the significant difference in speed between the Emperor's will and Lorien's ship, I had 38.5 hours of free time, which I spent on a thoughtful flyby of Zahadum, thoroughly scanning its surface and depths to see if there was anything interesting there. Alas, either the shadows were very meticulous in concealing all strategically important objects, successfully masking them even from replicators, or it really was just their mother world, which had lost any importance, except ideological, thousands of years ago, followed by a quick jump to the station and a calm wait for the first and the captain to arrive. Kosh flew off on some personal errand, heading, as far as could be determined from this distance, toward Vorlon Empire territory, apparently deciding to first visit his homeland, get a sense of himself, and understand what was going on. Even in the original story, he was clearly dissatisfied with Ulkesh's behavior, having stood up for the captain in the standoff on the Babylon, sacrificing what little remained of his essence, to say nothing of what was happening in reality. The captain's return, presented as a Lazarus resurrection, or even a coming of the Savior, caused quite a stir on Babylon 5. Unlike the canonical story, Lorien emerged from hyperspace on the opposite side of Epsilon 3, transporting himself and his passenger to the station as a disembodied blob of energy. And against the backdrop of the return of the massive will of the Emperor, which, like the first time, caused a minor upheaval in the system and a treasonous stance among the Minbari crews, who had clearly replaced their kin who had seen my ship. This stunt of the first went completely unnoticed. All the more priceless was Garibaldi's expression, under whose nose something had happened again that he didn't understand and couldn't influence. At the sight of Sheridan, who had come out onto the gangway to address the League ambassadors, the head of security froze like a pillar of salt. And even through the CCTV cameras, I could clearly see his eyelid twitch. It seemed the captain was in for a thorough interrogation. "Welcome back, Lord Baal." A tired-looking Ivanova greeted me as soon as I contacted the station to confirm whether I could leave the ship in its previous orbit around the planet. As far as I know, this Epsilon 3 orbit isn't used for patrols. You could easily deploy the Emperor's will there.
Should I send a shuttle for you?
I'm not sure I saw what exactly you used to leave the station. And your ship is still docked. Don't worry, Madam Commander, I smile. I have one more. As you say, Lord Baal, the woman sighed, nodding, but didn't argue. It seemed the acting station commander hadn't had much time to rest during the captain's absence, whose return she hadn't yet heard of. Certainly, far less than she would have liked. "What are you planning to do next, Creator?" Rurao asked as we boarded the Teltok assembled by the younger ones and flew out of the battleship's hangar. "I'll see how the captain's visit to Zahadum ends," I shrug. "And then I'll decide." "Are you planning to intervene in the local war?" the Philinid asked hesitantly, slightly twitching his ears, which, given his massive frame, looked rather endearing. "I've already interfered far more than I probably should have." I stroke my beard thoughtfully, looking out the observation window at the approaching station, but I still decide to clarify a few aspects for Dorn. This is their life, their mistakes and their successes. I could show them the way, solve the problem, perhaps even without initiating the genocide of individual civilizations. But what good would that do? What difference would there be between me and the shadows and the Vorlons? But you asked this creature, Lorien, to look after the felinids when you fly away, Rurau said with a sad voice. It's one thing to protect children, I smile, from dangerous mistakes, but it's quite another to control their every move, deciding how they live and what they think. I've already spoken about something similar to Captain Sheridan. Every help always has a price, and the greater the help, the greater the price, even if it isn't immediately obvious. And Captain Sheridan is acutely aware of this. I understand. Rurau Dorn nodded after a long pause, although it saddens me to realize that you won't be staying with us. Well, for now I'm still here, I smile. And then, you'll manage on your own. After all, that's exactly how I created you, strong and intelligent. We will not fail. I will not fail, Creator. I don't doubt it at all, I nod, noting the shuttle smoothly coming in for a landing in the adjacent parking space next to another identical one. Well, we've arrived. What are you planning on doing? If you don't mind, I'd like to check on my people, Rurau said, his ears twitching. I'm confident in my deputy, but this is Babylon 5. And I've already realized how rich the station is in surprises. Of course, you're free to do as you see fit. I was about to offer you roughly the same thing, and at the same time you'll learn the news that's accumulated in our absence. Dorn closed his eyes contentedly at the praise, or what he considered to be such, and nodded. And as soon as the Teltalk hatch opened, he took off, practically running, disappearing into the interweaving corridors, growling something on the go that was probably supposed to be a greeting to Zack, who jerked towards him and was standing at customs control. Welcome back, Lord Baal, the security guard nodded. How was your journey? Thank you, Zack, I nod with a smile. Everything went quite well. My apologies for my guardsmen. Rurau Dorn can be a bit abrupt at times. Yeah, I could get used to it, the man chuckled. After all, this is Babylon 5. You can count the days when nothing unexpected happens here on your fingers. Although today, let's be honest, he scratched his head. There's a little more news than usual. Something interesting? I raised my eyebrows, feigning deep interest, even though the topic of news was easily predictable. And at that moment I was supposed to be accompanying Delenn to the medical bay for an examination by Dr. Franklin. Everyone thought the captain was dead, but he suddenly showed up at a meeting of the League of Non-Aligned Worlds in the Zocalo. Zack confirmed my thoughts in a loud whisper, shaking his head. And neither I nor anyone else from customs saw any ships arriving at the station. How he ended up here, I can't imagine. That's the captain, I shrug, smiling. He knows how to make an impression. That's for sure. In any case, I won't keep you. Good day, Lord Baal. Have a nice day and a boring shift. I wave goodbye to the security guard and slowly walk down the corridor. I wonder if Corona and Yuki managed to plunder all the pastry shops during their week-long absence, or if there's anything left. It's been suspiciously quiet from them in the replicator network. As the saying goes, nothing is more alarming than prolonged silence from a room full of children playing. Neki, of course, is far from being children, but, yeah,
Better check. Interlude. The world has gone mad, Veer. Mark my words. Londo? He looked at the chief attaché with concern. Did something happen? I received an official document from home, Mollari shrugged, demonstratively tapping his finger on the thick, ornately decorated scroll lying on the table in front of him. Word for word repeating the nonsense I received in the mail. Well, this one. Londo waved his hand in annoyance at the computer terminal, about a promotion and a position at court. And? Veer asked cautiously. Now this document, the ambassador emphasized the word with his voice. A diplomatic courier, stamped paper, the personal seal of the Emperor of Carthagia. May his head not go bald before its time. I'll have to fly home after all. But you said, yes, I did. I wouldn't give a damn about that promotion right now. Especially after that visit from that jerk who advised us to leave the station. No, the Centauri winced. Those terrifying ships that have us surrounded are perfectly adequate as a convincing argument for changing our minds and agreeing, but... Mollari sighed, lost in thought. As the Republic's ambassador, he couldn't refuse the monarch's direct and personal order. It would be his last act in office, as well as the last day of House Mollari's existence as part of the Centauri aristocracy. But he liked what was happening less and less with each passing day, forcing him to replay in his mind everything that had happened over the past few years, rethinking many of them. And the rumors coming from home pleased him even less. Although Carthagia seemed to have moderated his ambitions after the failed attack on Narn, it didn't diminish his cruelty one bit. And the personnel changes he carried out in the palace after Rifa's death, during which the Emperor replaced his entire entourage, turned palace life into a kind of madness. It seems Londo has been stuck on Babylon 5 for too long, and it seems he really does need to go home, to see everything with his own eyes. Okay, I'll fly alone, the ambassador finally said. But Londo... No buts, Veer. I wouldn't risk taking Adira with me, not into this tangle of poisonous snakes the courtyard has become, and leaving her alone. He shook his head. I trust Garibaldi completely. He knows his stuff when it comes to security. But Adira is too dear to me, and you're the only one I can trust. Kodo broke off, sighed, and bowed his head. I'll make sure nothing happens in your absence. But you too, be careful. I'm uneasy about what's happening at home. Not for you alone, Veer. Not you alone. I'll pack your things. The attaché bowed and left, leaving Mollari alone. Londo took one last look at the Emperor's order on the desk and rose to his feet with a sigh. He had to warn Adira. He couldn't just fly off without even notifying him of his absence. If only he knew how this absence would end. Turning sharply at the cabin exit, the ambassador returned to the back of the room and pulled out one of the drawers in his desk, removing a small pocket blaster. Only security personnel were allowed to carry lethal weapons on the station, but when would that stop anyone who really needed them? Besides, what Garibaldi didn't know wouldn't hurt him, and wouldn't hurt anyone. Nodding to himself, the Centauri carefully placed the weapon in the ceremonial jacket hanging in the closet. It was the one he would wear on the flight home. And now Adira, the man muttered, finally leaving the cabin. The small ship cut through the void of degenerate space, devouring kilometers one after another, and its pilot stood motionless in his pilot's cradle. A sacrifice made for a higher purpose. A strange non-existence in the form of a stream of information in a wild mixture of crystals and metal. A new life, a new body, and another chance. Never in his long life, and he had lived a long time, had Kosh experienced such a jolt. However, now he had the time and opportunity to reflect on his old life and draw conclusions for his new one. No, the new body didn't bother him.
Yes, Baal's joke of shoving his ego into a human body had been petty and childish. But on the other hand, neither he nor Lorien had specified what kind of body he needed to create. And it was unlikely that a Goa'uld, whoever or whatever they truly were, could recreate his previous shell exactly. However, this wasn't necessary. Though the Vorlons had transitioned to a virtually incorporeal existence thousands of years ago, the method itself had not been lost. And, as he had said back then, aboard the Golden Ship, it was only a matter of time and effort. But the rest. After his temporary death, the Empire sent a replacement, Ulkesh, to the station. And this assignment was fraught with far more problems and double meanings than might have seemed from the outside. How he, as part of him, I told the captain Ulkesh was a tougher, if not cruel, Vorlon, and more uncompromising in his decisions. And he paid for it. That cube in Baal's hands. Even in the dim state of mind in which Kosh dwelt as a fragment deep within Sheridan's consciousness, he could understand what exactly it was, or rather, what it was no longer. It seemed his kinsman had been insane enough to directly attack Baal on the station. To attack, despite the information Kosh had transmitted home, despite the results of that attack on the planet captured by the alien, despite all the arguments of reason. And now he had to decide what to do next. Too much was at stake, especially now that the captain had done what he had done. A painful slap on the nose like that, the shadows would never forget. And it was only a matter of time before they began acting openly, simply wiping everything that stood in their way from the face of the galaxy. But the problem wasn't just. Kosh's face frowned, reflecting his owner's bewilderment, when an unexpected signal came through the ship's comms. Somewhere nearby was a large Vorlon fleet, drifting through hyperspace, but here and now, nothing of the sort could happen. Had one of his kind decided to do as he had then? Exercise their personal right and assemble warships. But why? The strangest thing wasn't even the mere presence of a fleet at this point in space. The ships were in a specially created region of degenerate space, seemingly folded in on itself. This technology was rarely used by the Vorlons, requiring an enormous amount of energy, and no one would expend so much resources and effort for such a trivial matter. Kosh carefully ran his fingers over the silky surface of the cradle, concentrating and sending a command to the ship's mind to change course. And what he saw as his transport dove behind the curtain of the field masking the fold of hyperspace caused the former Vorlon to experience a new and extremely unpleasant sensation. A wave of cold shivers ran down Kosh's spine, causing him to shudder involuntarily, his shoulders twitching. In hyperspace, surrounded by a fleet of smaller ships, a cyclopean vessel, almost 50 kilometers long, awaited its moment. A planet killer, the ultimate weapon of the Vorlon Empire, the pinnacle of their military and biotechnological development. And if his government decided to reactivate one of them, Kosh's human body involuntarily swallowed the saliva that had become thick. It seemed things weren't so good back home. Noticeably less so than he'd previously thought. These ships hadn't been used in combat, as far as he knew, for over 3,000 years. Even during the last war with the Shadows, the Vorlons had managed without them. What had changed now? No. Whatever had changed, it didn't matter. Only the consequences mattered, and it looked like they would be the most severe. With trembling fingers, Kosh touched the cradle again, his gaze following the fleet as it moved. He had to track where it was headed. He needed to understand. to know. Lord Baal, Sheridan nodded briefly and entered the door of my cabin that was open in front of him. Captain Sheridan, I answer in the same tone, only adding a wide smile. I could ask a lot of questions, the man sighed, sinking into a chair. But right now, all I want to do is get completely wasted and sleep for a couple of days. But duty won't allow it. I can offer you some tea, I say, gesturing toward the kitchenette. It's not like getting blind drunk, as you say, but it will help you relax. Thank you, Lord Baal. This won't hurt. Nodding, I rose to my feet and actually began making tea. It was obvious from the man's expression that the events of the last few days and the sheer volume of information he'd been bombarded with were somewhat more than he could or would handle. It was understandable, especially after his visit with Franklin. The doctor, of course, had classified the results of his examination, not logging them into the station's general database, but he'd worked with them on his own terminal, downloading them to an external drive at the very end, so… Yeah, basically, Sheridan had endured over 3 hours of inhumane medical experiments, and now he'd come here to whine about his fate and grumble about the injustice of the universe. You just need to relax, I say, moving a tray with a teapot and a couple of cups to the coffee table. And many problems will stop seeming like such problems. That's what I intended, the man shrugged. It's just that Stephen's examination took a little longer than I would have liked. And the results… Sheridan looked at me carefully. Lord Baal, are you really unable to cure me, as they said back on Zahadum? There's nothing to treat you for, Captain, I shrug. In that dungeon, you truly weren't alive and dead at the same time. It's too… indefinite a state for me to risk doing anything about it. And now, I look closely at the man, simultaneously scanning him with the replicators that made up the cabin. You're more likely to be alive and completely healthy than the other way around. What Lorien did to him was a curious trick. The replicators indeed clearly determined that the human organism before me was completely healthy, structurally intact and viable. But at the same time, I saw a strange biochemical energy coursing through the captain's nervous system and cells that clearly did not belong to human physiology. And the reserve of this energy, quite impressive, was gradually, every second, diminishing. The process was slow. It would take years to completely deplete it, but it was inexorable. Yes, I roughly understood what Lorien did back then. And I understand that my allotted time is not unlimited. It's just… He sighed. Fine. Don't bother yourself with my problems, Lord Baal. The truth is, I don't just have no idea what to say to Delenn. I understand, Captain. In any case, to cure you as you intend, the only thing I can offer is for you to die, as any human being dies. Die? Sheridan blinked in confusion, his teacup halfway to his mouth. But, the technology the sarcophagus is built with allows it to heal ailments of the flesh. I take a sip from my own cup, sometimes even bringing the dead back to life if they've just died. But in your case, you're probably aware of the energy coursing through your body, right? Sheridan nodded. That's what it's all about. It literally keeps your body alive and healthy. I'm not sure I understand how Lorien achieved that, but that's precisely why the sarcophagus won't do anything to you. There's nothing in you to heal as far as the device is concerned. At least not right now. It's complicated, the man sighed, taking a sip of the aromatic drink. But I think I understand what you mean. In any case, you still have plenty of time. I estimate your condition will start causing problems in years to come. And given the current situation in the galaxy, I shrug. Let's be honest. You have a much better chance of dying in battle than from your body simply ceasing to be alive. You know how to cheer someone up, Lord Baal. The captain chuckled wryly, although it was still clear that the conversation had lifted his spirits, albeit only slightly. Feel free to contact me. I won't say that. The communicator on Sheridan's hand beeped softly, signaling an incoming call, and the man winced as he raised it to his mouth, shrugging guiltily at having to interrupt me. Sheridan speaking.
Captain.
Ivanova's voice sounded rather puzzled. A ship just emerged from hyperspace. It looks like a Vorlon, but I've never seen one like it. Its parameters aren't listed in the databases, neither its appearance nor its scan results. And the pilot says his name is Ambassador Kosh. Another one? The man asked, puzzled. I can't say, Captain, Ivanova replied. But he's asking for a meeting with you, me, Garibaldi, Ambassador Delenn, and your guest, Lorien. He says it's important and urgent. It's important and urgent, the captain sighed. I understand, Ivanova. Let her come in for landing. I'll be in my office in 15 minutes. Understood. The commander hung up, and the captain looked sadly at his unfinished tea, and, taking the last sip, put the cup on the table. Well, I've had my rest, he grumbled. Lord Baal, I hope we can continue this conversation. After all, the problem of my health is far from a silly worry for me. But for now, I must take my leave. Business. I understand, Captain Sheridan, I said, smiling as I watched the man rise to his feet. Business never waits. Sheridan twitched his cheek and stepped out into the corridor. Kosh had finally arrived at the station, and so soon? Perhaps something important and urgent had indeed happened. It would be all the more curious and interesting to watch and listen. Ahem. And no, this isn't voyeurism. Chapter 92. Dinner Conversations. The highest degree of embarrassment is two glances meeting in a keyhole. Mikhail Zhvanetsky. Interlude. Captain! Ivanova greeted him as soon as the man reached his own office. Almost everyone was already there, even Lorien, sitting in one of the chairs with a thoughtful look, pointedly ignoring the surprised expressions on the station's officers, who couldn't understand who he was or why their commander had brought him to Babylon 5. The only thing missing was Garibaldi, probably busy escorting Kosh away from the landing platform. At least, John wouldn't have been surprised if he'd learned that was exactly how things were. Commander, the man nodded, turning to the Minbari sitting next to the woman. Delenn. What's going on, John? Is this really Kosh? We'll find out in a moment, Sheridan shrugged, casting a questioning glance at the first, but waiting for no reaction. In any case, I was planning to gather everyone myself, to tell them what I learned, what I went through. Better once and for all than to spend a whole week retelling it one by one. Here I am, Captain. The head of security entered the office. I've brought our Vorlon guest. Should I bring him in right away, or? Let's get it straight, Michael. The captain waved his hand. But let him wait with his news for now. My part of the story first. As expected, a familiar artificial voice rang out from the entrance, and a second later, without asking permission, the aforementioned Vorlon guest himself entered the room. Sheridan frowned in confusion, staring at Kosh. Or Kosh? The Vorlon ambassador, if indeed it was him, looked different. Somehow off. The differences were subtle, but there were enough of them to draw attention. For starters, the spacesuit the newcomer was wearing, though obviously crafted according to classic Vorlon patterns and from classic Vorlon materials, differed in shape and detail from the suits of both the first Kosh and the second, who had replaced him after the ambassador's death. "Let's listen to what the captain was about to say," Lorien suddenly spoke up, casting a reproachful glance at the man who had entered. To Sheridan's surprise, Kosh nodded immediately, walking into the office and pausing next to Number One's chair under the surprised gaze of those present. Garibaldi frowned, glancing between the aliens as if trying to figure out who they were and what exactly was going on.
For now, the security guard remained silent, but the captain knew this accommodation wouldn't last long. "We're listening, John," Delenn nodded. "Yes, thank you. Everyone here, I believe, knows that our civilizations, all those who now inhabit the galaxy, were not the first here. That's obvious. The Minbari Federation predates the Earth Commonwealth, and the Vorlon Empire, or the Shadows, predates us all. But even those two civilizations weren't the first. There were many. The original ones," Ivanova nodded. "That's right, Commander. As Ambassador Kosh, First Ambassador Kosh said," the man couldn't resist clarifying, noticing out of the corner of his eye the Vorlon standing by the wall stir, as if in displeasure. Having reached a certain level of development, the primordials left the galaxy, making way for younger species. Only the Shadows and the Vorlons remained. I don't know if this was an independent decision, or if their older comrades entrusted them with this duty. But their task was to watch over the young races just learning about the world, to help them avoid mistakes. But the Shadows and the Vorlons couldn't agree on how exactly this should be done. The Vorlons believed that strength comes from order and discipline, while the Shadows believed that the path of evolution lies through conflict, war, and the constant struggle for survival. "These are diametrically opposed positions," Delenn stated the obvious. "Exactly. At first, they somehow managed to maintain balance, negotiate, and divide responsibilities. But over time, everything changed. I don't know who. Mr. Garibaldi?" The captain sighed heavily, turning his head to the security guard, who continued to stare intently at Lorien, clearly considering him more suspicious than yet another Ambassador Kosh. "Is something bothering you?" "Nothing, Captain." Michael shook his head, still looking at the first. "But I'm extremely curious as to who is our new best friend." The ancient creature's lips curved into a slight smile. Lorien was clearly amused by Garibaldi's attitude toward him, as if reminding him of yet another foolish child, of which he'd seen countless in his long life. But for Sheridan, such paranoia, so common in a security officer, was completely out of place right now. And any tension, even if only theoretical, had to be nipped in the bud. The last thing he needed was misunderstanding among his allies to be completely happy. His name is Lorien, and that's all that matters for now. And who decided that? He himself. "Ah, how convenient." "Michael, what the hell?" Sheridan sighed wearily. "I trust him. Isn't that enough?" I know, Captain. Secret after secret," Garibaldi sighed. "I'm too old for such things." Lorien gave a short laugh, shaking his head. "What, is this funny?" Garibaldi immediately turned in his direction. "Lorien? A little older than it might seem from the outside." "You're a master of simplification, Captain," the first nodded, still smiling. Then turning to the security guard. Mr. Garibaldi, if there's something about me that bothers you so much, I'll be happy to answer your questions. But later. Shall we let the captain finish? Yes, yes, Michael sighed, waving his hand and moving away to an empty chair. John, Delenn, who had been sitting quietly and thoughtfully until now, said, I can't understand one thing. If the Shadows and the Vorlons came to an agreement, why did all these wars start? If they agreed to respect each other, no one can say now which of them started first, Delenn. Sheridan shook his head. But at some point, each side decided its path was the only correct one. And since then, we've had what we have. But surely there's some way. The Minbari looked at the captain, lost. Resolve the disagreement? Don't they understand that they're making things worse not only for their opponents, but for the entire galaxy? That's the problem, Kosh said. Too many disagreements, too much time, and too few who remember. The Vorlon looked at Lorien, who had turned his way and was listening intently to his words, and the captain caught himself feeling that something was wrong with this Kosh. No, the feeling had been there from the moment he'd entered the office, but now it had hit him with particular force. Compared to the Empire's first ambassador, a fragment of whom had long lurked in the depths of his consciousness, he seemed more human. Ambassador, Kosh? We've become different, the Vorlon continued. Too different. Not what we understood. During the flight here, in hyperspace, I discovered a large fleet of the Vorlon Empire. The fleet, Ivanova asked. A fleet hidden from all. 832 escort ships. Escort what? Now even Sheridan tensed, and an unpleasant wave of goosebumps ran down his spine. A planet-killing ship, Kosh answered shortly. Hearing this, Lorien frowned and leaned forward, as if he couldn't believe what he heard. Planet killer? I mean, just one ship. Two. But that's impossible. Yes, Kosh nodded with the top of his spacesuit, looking closely at Sheridan. Captain, Lorien, still scowling, looked between him and the Vorlon. The Planet Killer is the largest and most powerful ship built by the Vorlon Empire. It was last seen in action 3,800 Earth years ago. And if such a ship, the first shook his head. We need to find out where it was headed. I know, Kosh said. I followed their route. The fleet was returning from Sector 70. Sector 70, Ivanova frowned. There's the Shadow Base, Delenn finished. As far as I remember, on the planet Arcata 7 was... What? The base is gone? Susan looked at the captain in surprise, though he himself would have gladly looked surprised at someone. The Vorlons destroyed the enemy base? They actually entered the war directly? Planets, Kosh said hoarsely. What? Are you sure? Lorien looked intently at Kosh. Yes, the Empire has come to the conclusion that it must remain the sole guiding force in the galaxy. Collateral damage is irrelevant. A heavy silence fell over the room. Each of those present was preoccupied with their own thoughts. But Sheridan was certain the thought of how to fight the Vorlons and the Shadows simultaneously had occurred to each of them. Because the planet in question was a simple, habitable world, belonging to a civilization of the same name, not even represented on Babylon 5. Contact with them, as far as the captain remembered, had been rare and mostly trade-related,
but for the shadows, that meant very little. And if now the Vorlons simply destroyed an entire habitable world for the sake of a dozen, or even hundreds of enemy ships, Sheridan suddenly felt very uncomfortable. Observing the local Philly council was fascinating, and even more fascinating was the genuine concern on Lorien's face as he heard about the actions of his protégés, whom he had clearly considered far more sane. The only thing that wasn't voiced, but clearly occurred to Sheridan, judging by his expression, was the logical conclusion. If the Vorlons, who had always demonstrated high moral character, at least in public, had begun to behave so aggressively, then what could one expect from the shadows, who from the very beginning had not hesitated to use force wherever it was possible?
And similar thoughts clearly weren't just his, because immediately after the meeting ended, Ivanova went to the bridge and began pressuring every available ranger to gather and analyze information about the state of affairs on known inhabited worlds, where, at least theoretically, one side's assets could be located. And what she, and I too, learned clearly didn't please her. However, few would have been pleased with the news of 2 more colonies completely destroyed by Vorlon ships. Moreover, they were destroyed in such a way that news of their destruction was only received now, well after the fact, meaning there were no surviving witnesses. And all the recent events had given me cause for reflection. The replicator network estimated an 84.21% probability that the conflict would only escalate further, drawing in more and more participants. This didn't mean the Shadows or the Vorlons would pay me another courtesy visit. My clear hint of the consequences had been more than straightforward. But the very fact of my presence on the station could be perceived in 2 ways. And I was more than confident that Sheridan would do everything to try to secure my support. Especially since the Vorlons' far from selective aggression fit perfectly with my previously stated position regarding civilian participation in the war. In the literal destruction of the planet, there was simply no difference between civilians and military personnel. Yes, from a common sense and logical standpoint, the captain is unlikely to ask me to defend every world in the galaxy that could, even theoretically, house Vorlon or Shadow bases and ships, simply because there are hundreds and thousands of such worlds. But he's quite capable of offering to participate in an attempt to call the Primordials to order, so they don't run amok. Do I need that? I don't need it. Although, of course, the mental image of a replicator rush, bringing order to the galaxy and making everyone laugh. Yes, it was undoubtedly epic, and I'm more than sure Corone would have been extremely enthusiastic about my decision had it become reality, but it was too stressful. And Lorien certainly wouldn't like this turn of events, and I still had no idea of the true capabilities of this glowing universal grandfather, who continued to eye me suspiciously anyway, including the entire meeting, as if the first knew I was actively observing what was happening in Sheridan's office. However, I suppose he simply saw my soul, which, as we recently discovered, was dispersed throughout the galaxy's replicator volume and the Babylon 5 corpus. Ahem. In short, my name is Legion, for I am many, and we are all I, and all I am in me. In any case, if at the very beginning I could still switch to the standard replicator strategy and orchestrate a Grey Goose scenario in the galaxy, having a huge amount of time to increase the number of blocks, now, under the First's nose,
it would be noticeably more difficult. Yes, the number of blocks and resources I now had were incomparably greater than what I had had more than 2 years ago. But if Ulkesh had found a way to step on my foot, then such an ancient being as Lorien could very well invent a way to make things much worse for me. Another thing is, for now, he's not interested in me. Or rather, very interested. But I've proven myself to be a perfectly reasonable and tractable sentient being, albeit an alien from an incredible distance. Which means he'll continue to keep an eye on me, watching for every suspicious movement. But he won't do anything aggressive until I give him a reason. And I had no intention of doing that. At least not until the shadows or the Vorlons themselves attacked me or my territory. Speaking of which, the reconnaissance probes, although they had already discovered the neutron star, their primary objective after checking the planets known from this body's home universe for matching parameters, continued to circle my part of the galaxy, tracking the movements of all outsider vessels in both hyperspace and normal space. But out of a natural paranoia, I added a whole swarm of similar ones, covering the territory with a dense net aimed at catching any intruder, from a ship to a physical anomaly. Who knows what the local ancient races will come up with, especially in light of recent events. Funny, Babylon 5's cameras captured Ambassador Kosh entering one of the establishments in the station's park area. It was curious enough to notice, and certainly not to miss. The Vorlon was without his spacesuit, having somehow acquired clothing for his human form, which he currently wore, and was clearly intent on eating something. I wonder if Vorlons are familiar with hunger in the sense that meat bags typically experience. My knowledge of their anatomy, or rather, my complete lack thereof, made it difficult to draw a definitive conclusion. This civilization was so secretive. Strictly speaking, I had no idea whether Vorlons in their natural form subsisted on anything edible other than, say, pure energy, sunlight, or the thoughts of others. I was about to head out of the cabin to join the Vorlon in person, when a call signal came from the computer terminal, and a second later, as soon as I sent the signal through the computer to accept the incoming call, a face appeared on the screen. Ambassador Mollari? I raised an eyebrow in genuine surprise, examining the Centauri. Judging by the background behind him, he was back home on Centauri Prime. To what do I owe? Lord Baal. Londo nodded in greeting. My apologies for calling so unexpectedly, but I believe Captain Sheridan is far from preoccupied with my problems. And Veer told me you've returned as well, so... I'm all ears. I gesture for the ambassador to continue. Let's call them informants, Londo shook his head, have conveyed to me some very disturbing news. Tell me, Lord Baal, is it true that the Vorlon Empire, shall we say, has become angry and is now attacking any planet associated with their enemies? As far as I know, Ambassador Mollari, I said, casting a searching glance at the man, pale with emotion. It's true. According to Babylon 5 Command, a total of 3 planets were attacked. That's depressing information. Then, could you tell me, if you know, of course? Mollari hesitated but then sighed and, wincing, continued. How far is their fleet from Centauri Prime? I thought your intelligence should already have this data. I squint thoughtfully at the ambassador, who grimaced even more. Our intelligence, as you put it, Londo sighed, answers first and foremost to Emperor Cartagia, and it is to him that we provide information. But in these troubled times, Mollari glanced quickly out of frame, as if listening for something, and then continued. Any information should be double-checked, to avoid forgery and misinterpretation. I think you understand. Quite, I nod. It was more than obvious that Mollari, if he truly was in his homeland, was most likely currently residing in one of the offices in the Emperor's palace, as ambassador and generally close to the highest authorities. This alone was more than enough to make him wary of saying anything, especially over the diplomatic channel, which, while secure, encrypted and all that, was... We all know how it works if someone truly high-ranking wants to find out what the ambassador was babbling about, right? And you have managed to establish yourself, the ambassador continued, as an impartial and well-informed, reasonable person.
So
He spread his hands. As far as I know, I feigned thoughtfulness, quickly checking the data from the station's computers and the replicator's reconnaissance probes. The Vorlon Empire fleet is still far away, but if their speed and direction don't change, they could very well reach your space in 5 standard days. Centauri Prime in 7.
7 days, Londo echoed. Thank you for the information, Lord Baal. This information is very important to me and my people. Glad to be of assistance, Ambassador Mollari. Londo nodded twitchily, disconnecting. He recalled how, in the original story, Londo had similarly realized the dangers of his government's dalliance with the shadows, though he supposedly did so somewhat later. Even so, he had plenty of time to convince the Emperor to send Mr. Morden packing, ridding himself of his dangerous neighbors. There was, however, one more thing. If the Vorlons had begun genociding their opponents, who could guarantee the shadows wouldn't do the same? And they would. And that was precisely the turn of events I remembered. Which meant... Nodding to myself, I rose from my chair and slowly walked out of the cabin, monitoring the station's cameras for Kosh, who was still sitting in one of the establishments, indulging in gluttony. Perhaps I should warn him about the possible consequences for his body, right? The body I'd created was, of course, perfect in every way. But even the ideal human physiology had its limits. Or should I leave things as they were and see what the consequences were? A dilemma of dilemmas. Damn it. What am I thinking about? A hollow metallic thud echoed down the hallway. I slammed my forehead against the wall, realizing I was seriously pondering such nonsense as I sauntered through the embassy sector with a knowing look. Am I that bored? That completely bored? You know, yeah.
This realization even made me stop right there. Based on the data I had, I'd literally gotten everything I could and considered useful here. Yes, there were probably some little details not shown in the series about this universe, and some of the technologies or knowledge I'd acquired could be tested and further developed endlessly. But by and large, that's exactly what it was. A wave of bewilderment and mild sympathy rippled through the replicator network. But Corone, sensing my state, decided not to comment on the situation this time, limiting herself to a conventional eye roll and sympathetic sigh. I nevertheless moved on, only running my palm over the wall, forcing my body's nanites to smooth out the slight dent left on the metal surface by the contact with my forehead. I doubt Mr. Garibaldi or any of the station's technical staff would appreciate the embellishment of the Goa'uld Empire ambassador's face carved into the bulkhead. Ahem. Interlude. Michael Garibaldi sat in his office. He stared at the screen displaying the CCTV footage, mechanically clicking the remote control to cycle through the images. Lorian, the captain's new best friend, as he called him, evoked mixed feelings in the security officer. It seemed like there was nothing to suspect about the alien, but just looking at him made Michael feel something was wrong, even though he couldn't pinpoint what exactly. And what added to the suspicion was the fact that Lorien practically always followed the captain wherever he went. He accompanied him to the League meeting where Sheridan gave his speech and performed the miracle of resurrection. Ahem. He sat at the meeting where they learned of the Vorlon genocide. And just like that, over the past hours, Michael had seen him in various corners of Babylon 5, where the captain was, busy with his captain's business.
Even the new Kosh raised fewer questions. Although, of course, his attitude toward one of the Vorlons, which wasn't at all surprising, had changed dramatically. However, it seemed Kosh himself understood this, since, following the long-standing tradition of his predecessors, he locked himself in the embassy cabin and clearly intended to stay there. Well, this had its advantages. Less hassle for security. Is everything okay, boss? Yes, Zach, Garibaldi nodded. Just checking in on things at the station. Are you also concerned about Lorien? The deputy nodded toward the screen, where one of the surveillance footage frames was frozen. Also? Michael looked at the man with narrowed eyes. Who else is he wary of? A lot of people, Alan shrugged. It seems like nothing special, but the way he looks at me with those golden eyes. You immediately start to feel like a foolish child who just did something nasty and got caught. Ahem. Oh yeah, Garibaldi sighed. Are there no more material reasons for concern? Yeah, nothing really. Zach thought for a moment, then shook his head. Except maybe... What? Yes, it's a funny incident. I literally just saw it with my own eyes. Not that it was a cause for concern, but it caught my eye. Don't keep me in suspense anymore. Yes, I went to have lunch. I spent half an hour in one of the restaurants in the park area. Well, the one where Lord Baal's long-eared assistants often like to go. I understand what you mean, Garibaldi nodded. And? Yes, he was sitting there alone. He's probably still there. You know, he seemed like an attractive guy, handsome, fit. Even I could tell, even though he wasn't a woman. But it was kind of blurry, and you couldn't focus on his features. Telepath? The security guard frowned. Who the hell knows? But that's not what I'm talking about. Judging by the waiter's whispers, he'd been sitting there for hours. And he'd been eating something the whole time. Was all Garibaldi could squeeze out. The security guard switched the terminal's mode to real-time viewing and checked the station map. He quickly found the establishment he needed, and within a few seconds, the man had the camera feed displayed on the screen, gesturing for Zach to come over. Yes, there he is, still sitting there. The deputy pointed to a table in the corner, at which, I've never seen this man before, Garibaldi frowned. Did you run his profile on the computer? Somehow I didn't realize. Zach scratched his head guiltily. He's just sitting there, eating. I didn't pay much attention. You never know how hungry you can be. Then we'll check now. Having launched the facial recognition program, Garibaldi waited for the results. Fortunately, the stranger was facing one of the cameras. Meanwhile, the man watched with respectful interest as a waiter approached the table and placed a wide platter of what was clearly dessert before the customer. At least, Michael remembered something like that. A king-size scoop of ice cream with fruit and syrup. It was obscenely expensive, but incredibly delicious. And if he'd been sitting there for hours, as Zach said. Where does it fit in there? He ate 2 steaks just in front of me, Zach drawled. That's... The computer beeped briefly, signaling the end of its check with the station's guest database, forcing Garibaldi to pause and look at the screen. Interesting.
He didn't arrive at Babylon 5 on any of the ships. Moreover, there's no information on him in the database on Earth, Mars, or any other colony. At least, not until we severed contact with our homeworld. That's unusual. Deputy Michael frowned. How did he get into the station then? I don't know. And, remembering such a wonderful character as Mr. Morden, Garibaldi sighed. I'll go check.
And I'll take a walk at the same time. Should I keep you company? Better stay here, the security guard nodded. If you need backup, there's always a guard or two hanging around in the park area, so if it gets really tough, I'll get in touch. As you say, boss. Zack sank into the chair vacated by Garibaldi and stared at the CCTV screen. Michael checked his blaster for batteries and a gas capsule, holstered it, and headed quickly for the elevator. At least he'd be able to distract himself from the mysterious Lorian while also checking out the suspicious man. Yes, it was most likely just some kind of database or facial recognition error. But as he always believed, you can never be too paranoid. He absolutely didn't need another Morden. Michael reached the park area quickly. Despite the tense atmosphere around him, it was crowded as usual. The station's recreational area was very popular with the residents, and the eateries and recreation areas located there were never empty, although, in Garibaldi's opinion, they were sometimes prohibitively expensive. Especially now, when the vast majority of supplies had to be imported from the colonies or purchased from aliens at almost 3 times the price. Here it was, the galaxy of victorious capitalism. He'd once heard Ivanova's thoughts on the subject. The woman, while not a communist or anything like that, was still Russian, and their culture. Ahem. Anyway, he even wrote down some of the phrases. Already at the entrance to the restaurant, not yet having figured out which corner of the establishment the suspicious man was sitting in, Garibaldi heard a voice familiar, perhaps, to the vast majority of Babylon 5's population. Lord Baal. Lord Baal, talking to someone else. Here? Now? The security guard involuntarily slowed, waving away a waiter who jerked toward him, putting a finger to his lips, implying silence and, "I'm not here." The employee seemed understanding. He merely nodded and returned to the interrupted conversation, truly pretending Garibaldi simply wasn't there. Michael himself quietly approached the sound, sitting down at a nearby table, conveniently separated by a lush potted plant, and listened intently. "You shouldn't go overboard with the food, colleague," Baal said, a smile evident even in his tone. "This may be a new experience for you, but I assure you." Colleague. "I know the limits of human capabilities," the Goa'uld's interlocutor answered vaguely. "Well, it's your business. It's your business. In any case, you know where Dr. Franklin's office is." "Yes." That wasn't a question, Baal chuckled. And from the next table came the sound of contented sipping. The Goa'uld ambassador was clearly drinking something. "I'm not asking," the stranger continued, "why you drink coffee and eat these cakes, considering your nature." Baal's nature, Garibaldi began to realize he understood nothing. But the manner of speech, the way Lord Baal's interlocutor constructed his sentences, there was something utterly familiar about them. As if Michael had just recently seen someone who spoke exactly like that. Yet, he couldn't recall a single person matching such strange characteristics as that manner of speech and love of gluttony. "What's wrong with my nature? I assure you, I have everything a self-respecting person needs to enjoy coffee and these wonderful eclairs, Ambassador." "An ambassador?" The security officer blinked in surprise. Right.
Who else could be the ambassador's colleague? Only another ambassador. But what the hell? A human ambassador? On a ground station? The security officer felt himself growing dull. Or rather, delirious. Or both at the same time. At least there was no other way to explain the dialogue he was hearing. Lord Baal's interlocutor exhaled irritably. What are you going to do next? It depends on how the, parties to the conflict intend to act. The Vorlon Empire's aggression was a predictable step, though undoubtedly unpleasant and cruel. But even the most ancient and wise find it difficult to admit their own mistakes and failures. The security guard froze, his ears wide open. Conversations like these weren't just for fun. And he'd definitely be the biggest idiot on the station if he interfered with them now. He had to find out everything he could and report it to the captain. He could save the investigation into who this unknown man was, what his connection was to what was happening in the galaxy, and, damn it, what Lord Baal had to do with it for later. Rude. The truth is always harsh, Ambassador. In any case, I'd be far more worried about the Shadow's response. Even you should be aware that they'll respond very soon. In kind. The Goa'uld's interlocutor remained silent, but Michael, even without seeing the stranger's face, sensed the tension permeating the air right through the bush. Baal's words clearly didn't sit well with him, but he had no retort. No, he had to stop this. Otherwise, Garibaldi might overhear an international scandal. Or his own madness. And it was a big question which would be worse in the end. Taking a deep breath, the security guard rose decisively from the table and was about to step behind the bush when... So the question is rather, what are you going to do next, Ambassador Kosh? Garibaldi froze mid-step, feeling as if it was all over. Madness had already set in. Kosh? This man, Ambassador Kosh? Michael clenched his fingers tightly around his temples, which were throbbing with the effort of trying to understand what was going on. The final nail in the coffin of his sanity was Kosh's disgruntled reply, which followed after 5 long seconds of silence. What I must do is guide, even if I have to do it with my own people too. The sound of a chair being pushed back came from behind the bush, and Garibaldi, trying to be as quiet as possible, quickly stepped back to his table, sitting down and pretending he hadn't heard anything, seen anything, knew nothing, and had just come here for lunch. Or dinner. Yes. He could only hope his expression and the few beads of sweat beating on his temple wouldn't give him away. But if anything, he could always say it was too hot in here. There could be some kind of malfunction with the climate control system, right? Yes. Right. Now, call the waiter and order himself something, just not alcohol. In this state, he risked going on a drinking binge before the end of his shift. The very man Lord Baal had called Ambassador Kosh passed by him, unperturbed, without even a glance, heading for the establishment's exit. The Goa'uld ambassador himself followed close behind. And then, in his usual manner, he finally noticed the security guard smiling affably and bowing his head. What an incredible coincidence, Mr. Garibaldi. You also decided to visit this wonderful establishment? Yes, Garibaldi nodded. In that case, please don't be pushy. Baal smiled even wider. But order a couple of eclairs for dessert. They're amazingly good today.
I'll definitely follow your advice, the security guard nodded. Baal nodded, giving Garibaldi what he thought was a slightly mocking look, and slowly moved toward the exit. He didn't indicate with a single gesture or word that he knew Michael was eavesdropping. But something deep inside told the security guard that he knew. Baal had been aware of his presence from the very first second. Yet he continued the conversation as if nothing had happened. Or he knew. Was he saying what he was saying on purpose? Oh no, it can't be. Or maybe? Chapter 93. The Approaching Storm. Even if you are eaten, you have two options. Folk art. And here's the response. The replicator reconnaissance modules I dispatched to key points of interest in the galaxy were now detecting not only the Vorlon Empire fleet escorting their planet-killer ship. Interestingly, it seems they actually possessed only one such Wunderwaffe, but also similar shadow formations. The latter, however, stood out here too. Unlike the Cyclopean Vorlon ship, the Shadow's ultimate weapon was a complex structure resembling a vast cosmic web drifting through space. Enormous enough, according to the Replicator Network's estimates, to encompass virtually any standard-sized planet. It wouldn't have been sufficient for gas giants, especially large celestial bodies, of course. But most habitable worlds in the known galaxy were guaranteed to have their share of problems. And the funniest thing was that this web was a colossal cloud of biological nanites, essentially a replicator swarm, only built on the organic principle familiar to the local ancients. Even the replicator scanners couldn't immediately penetrate its entire thickness to reach the weapon's inner workings. With such a huge number of highly complex, albeit small, objects in constant motion and absorbing all the energy and matter they could reach, the resulting image was almost completely cluttered with interference. Not enough to obscure my vision, but enough to elicit a respectful shake of the head. For a moment, I even considered taking the toy for study, but, firstly, I was frankly too lazy. That would have meant a full-scale war with the Shadows. And then, at any moment, with the Vorlons too. And secondly, it was still a creation of biotechnology. The principles of its operation were interesting, but it was quite difficult for replicators to work with living matter in the sense they were accustomed to. So, I had to limit myself to outside observation and the scanners. And there was something to behold. A black cloud of shadows emerged near one of the game planets, a small defensive outpost on the edge of their territory, like all ships of that species, literally seeping out of degenerate space into normal space. The game tried to fire back, but their ship's salvos were simply absorbed by the cloud, dissipating and fading within kilometers, never reaching its internal structure. This, indeed, seems similar to the operating principles of replicators, absorbing energy from any available source. However, the Shadows were clearly able to control the device's operation, and they were clearly afraid of me, or at least wary. A scout, sent specifically as an experiment, dove into the black cloud, barely visible against the cosmic darkness, and the shadow nanites parted in terror, almost in terror, clearing the space around my ship. Or rather, how, for the first second, the scout's body registered an outflow of energy. But then, the Shadows clearly realized that they had bitten something wrong, and the effect immediately disappeared, and the nanites, as I said, moved apart, creating an area of empty space around the scout, scrupulously maintaining its shape and size, moving along with the object inside. Interesting. And it was even more fascinating to watch the process of the colony's destruction. A web-like structure within the cloud opened up, enveloping the planet, followed by a cloud of nanites, creating impenetrable darkness on the surface,
and sharply lowering the temperature. Despite its enormous size, everything happened quite quickly. The Gyme colony was completely sealed off in 92.31 minutes, during which time only 4 transport ships managed to escape the planet. This, however, didn't help much. The shadow fleet accompanying the cloud dealt with the fugitives with their usual efficiency. And then, sheer chaos ensued. The web-like structure launched over 1,461 to be precise, torpedoes, which fell upon the planet's surface, immediately burrowing into its depths and, according to scan data, reaching the very core, where a detonation occurred that literally turned the planetoid inside out. Then, the cloud sprang into full action, literally gnawing away all the useful minerals. There was no organic matter left. From the molten red-hot debris, the process was slow by the standards of space battles between the younger races, but quite revealing and impressive. The red-hot cloud of asteroids, into which the colony had been transformed, cooled and contracted until it became an ugly, crumpled ball, unsuitable even for terraforming. Literally, the shadows left only bare rock intact. And then, I suspect, because of the haste, the technologies demonstrated were quite capable of eating the planet to the end, without leaving even dust in orbit. Smoothly flowing around the observation probe, which continued to hover in space, the cloud of shadows, accompanied by the fleet, dissolved into space, disappearing into degenerate space. Well, I suppose Captain Sheridan will soon have more reasons to worry, as will his gray hairs everywhere. And the signal detected literally 15 minutes after the shadow's departure, about the approach of one of the white stars, only confirmed my suspicions. The ship emerged from the transition funnel and froze, as if it had collided with an invisible wall. Though the sight of a dead stone ball on the site of a planet that had literally just been alive and inhabited could have stunned anyone. Having sent a scout, shielded by an invisibility field, to the edges of the system, it wouldn't have been very convenient or polite to jump to hyperspace in full view of guests. I sat back in my chair in my cabin, lost in thought. The odds that the captain will try to draw me into a local war just rose to 94.113%. No matter how much respect he has for other people's politics, he simply can't ignore such a compelling argument as the Goa'uld Empire, which has repeatedly demonstrated its technological superiority and high moral principles simultaneously. Interlude. Londo's conversation with Lord Baal brought him only a headache and futile attempts to sleep. He felt almost physically uncomfortable on a planet that could be attacked by the Vorlons at any moment, reducing it to rubble. And the realization that no one else seemed to care only made it worse. It was a good thing Veer stayed on the Babylon to keep an eye on Adira. He's unlikely to ever admit it, but he'd grown attached to his attaché, elevating him from a simple subordinate to one of the few close friends the sentient ambassador had in the galaxy. By the gods, even his official wife Timoth bothered him less, especially since she'd left Centauri Prime 6 months ago, declaring herself tired of the meaningless receptions and bustle of the capital world. Unfortunately, he himself couldn't do the same. Putting aside all patriotism, he was no more bound to the shadows than anyone else. And, sad as it was to realize, simply throwing up his hands and flying away was unlikely to help him. If the Vorlons were determined to eliminate everyone who offered any support to their enemies, they certainly wouldn't overlook the main protagonist, the one who had essentially started the current conflict. He needed to do something, some act, that could atone for his past mistakes. An old conversation with Emperor Turhan's concubine involuntarily flashed back to the ambassador. What had the soothsayer said? To avoid destruction, you must extend your hand, even knowing it will be rejected. You must find wisdom in the face of fear, and you must not flirt with gold, which is equally alien to darkness and light. Well, the latter was clear, and flirting with Lord Baal would have been the last thing on Mollari's mind. The Goa'uld forced everyone around him to treat him with the utmost care and seriousness. But the rest, to extend a hand, even knowing it would be rejected? He would have thought of Jakar, but yes, his relationship with the Narn had smoothed somewhat, though he couldn't say the ambassador had suddenly fallen in love with him. It would have been surprising, on the contrary, if it had been otherwise, especially after the attack on Narn, even if it had ended in nothing. Perhaps this is what Lady Morella had been talking about. If only he knew how exactly he should extend a hand to Jakar. But there was also a third part to the prophecy, and Mollari liked the words about wisdom in the face of fear far less than anything else. Simply because fear, it was right there, right in front of him. The Vorlon fleet, led by their planet killer, approaching Centauri Prime with the same inevitability as a hangover the morning after a wild bender. The only thing that somehow calmed Londo was the end of that conversation. After all, if one of them and Vir was destined to become emperor and witness the new greatness of the Republic, then that very Republic would survive. Despite all the Vorlons and their planet killer. And if he had to pay for that outcome with his life, he didn't really want to, but... Sir. After a short knock, a servant in the livery of a personal imperial messenger peered into his chambers. His Majesty the Emperor of Cartagia requires your presence. Oh, Mollari groaned, rising from the sofa where he'd been trying to catch some sleep.
Right now? It's nighttime. Right now, sir, the servant nodded. You are expected in the palace park. I'm coming. Mollari sighed heavily and groped for his rumpled tunic in the darkness, wincing at his appearance. But if the Emperor wanted to see him at such an inappropriate time for a visit, he would have to accept his subject's inappropriate appearance. After confirming in the mirror that things weren't quite so dire, Londo gestured to the waiting servant that he was ready to go, and Londo stepped out into the corridor. The palace park. At night. What kind of whim had the crowned monarch come up with? But whatever the reason, his intuition told him he wouldn't hear anything good now. Cartagia strolled leisurely along the green hedge, gazing up with an inspired expression at the starry sky, completely clear of clouds and therefore pleasing even to Londo's weary gaze. The messenger servant left after barely bringing Mollari to the park entrance, so the ambassador measured the two guardsmen, frozen like statues at the entrance to the path, and stepped forward, toward the Emperor. You wanted to see me, Your Majesty? I was looking at the sky, Mollari. Cartagia sighed with a stupid smile, not even glancing in his direction. Tell me, what do you see? In the sky? Londo, barely keeping himself from rolling his eyes, raised his head up, taking a quick glance at the stars. What does he see there? What does he see there? Stars. The moon. A normal sky over Centauri Prime at this time of year and in this weather. So what's he supposed to say to this crowned cretin? By all the gods and demons in the world, the universe has given Turhan an heir, and the Republic a ruler. You can't say that. The Emperor's power is sanctified by tradition and gods, and Cartagia is indeed the closest male relative of the late Emperor Turhan. But, damn it,
As Mr. Garibaldi used to say, "The stars, Your Majesty," Londo finally replied. "And the moon." I must say we were lucky with the clear weather. The spectacle is truly mesmerizing, but I don't quite understand. Then you're not looking closely enough, Mollari. The voice that rang out made him start and turn around. Morden? The Vorlons are there, Ambassador. And they're furious. They're attacking every colony, planet, and base where my allies have influence. The shadow emissary looked repulsive. His figure, shrouded in a dark robe, was completely covered in a dried, cracked crust. And Londo could smell it even from just a few steps away. A mixture of undercooked meat and a diseased body. A disgusting mixture of odors. But Morden himself, like the Emperor, seemed unfazed. Someone had blowed the emissary? Morden looked as if he'd been through a blast furnace. Mollari had seen such extensive burns before. The aftermath of explosions on ships during battle. But never to such a degree. Is that? Londo swallowed, turning to the Emperor. Is that true, Your Majesty? I didn't hear anything. Yes. Cartagia waved his hand dismissively. They talk about such things here and there. I thought you didn't need to bother your head with it. After defeat in the last war, Morden continued, my allies hid their ships on separate worlds, putting their eggs, as they say on Earth, in different baskets. But much has changed since then. The Vorlons, they want to make sure such a move doesn't happen again. That is precisely why, Cartagia smiled. We thought it appropriate to provide our allies with refuge on Centauri Prime. Your Majesty, Mollari exclaimed in horror. It's a gesture of goodwill, Mollari. The Emperor waved his hand. A symbol of our alliance treaty. The Vorlons attack small colonies, remote planets. What do we care about these unfortunates? They would never dare attack the capital of our republic. They don't have the guts to destroy such a large, populated world, Morden nodded. Perhaps so, Mollari exhaled, but we cannot ignore even the slightest possibility of the opposite. Your Majesty, we cannot allow the ships. The ships have already arrived, and they will remain where they are. Morden interrupted with displeasure, to the Emperor's assenting nod. And it is you, dear Mollari. Morden's voice was filled with politeness and courtesy, but deep down, Londo knew that if he made a false move, said the wrong thing, the shadow emissary would slit his throat with the same polite smile. And the presence of Cartagia or the guards would do nothing to prevent it. You will ensure the defense of your homeworld. The Vorlons do not want numerous innocent victims. If they see you prepared to defend yourself even against them, they will retreat. Your Majesty, Londo turned to the Emperor. Do as you're told, Mollari. We must be polite hosts. Your Majesty, this is unheard of. Londo threw up his hands. We should send our fleet to protect their ships? Don't you understand how? Mollari, the Emperor's voice grew cold. Do not confuse our kindness toward you with permissiveness. Your... Cartagia waved his hand in the air. Concern warms our hearts. You sincerely care for your people. But the decision has been made. And you were summoned only to inform you of the extent of your involvement. I think I'll leave you, Morden nodded with satisfaction. Of course, Cartagia nodded graciously. You are free to do as you please, Mr. Morden.
Mollari. The shadow emissary turned and leisurely walked toward the nearest palace entrance, followed by the Emperor's satisfied gaze and Londo's hateful one. For 10 seconds, the park was silent, broken only by Cartagia humming contentedly, until he finally turned to Mollari, placing a finger conspiratorially to his lips and gesturing for him to follow. Surprised, the ambassador followed the Emperor as he disappeared deeper into the thicket. They entered a completely deserted corner of the park, and if it weren't for 2 loyal guardsmen who continued to shadow the Emperor, Londo wouldn't have known what to make of it all. "I'm glad, Londo, that you're so fervently concerned about the future of Centauri," Cartagia said, making sure they were alone. He gestured for the guards to remain at a distance, and only after ducking through the inconspicuous doors hidden behind the fence did he turn to Mollari. "Your Majesty, I'm not quite ships. Of course, I immediately understood the potential consequences of Mr. Morden's request. And I wouldn't even think of sending our fleet to fight the Vorlons. It would be a wasteful and pointless loss of crews." Still confused, Londo followed the monarch, the next second nearly recoiling from the disgustingly sweet smell that assaulted his nose. The smell of decay. The Emperor led him into a dark, windowless room, clearly once a storeroom or something similar. Now, yes, it was noticeably cool here, but even the cold couldn't help preserve what was here indefinitely. Feeling his blood run cold, Mollari approached the contentedly smiling Cartagia, who had pulled a lamp from somewhere under the table in the center of the room and set it on a special platform on the tabletop. Heads. With a chill, Londo realized what exactly was in this room. Severed Centauri heads, arranged in a semicircle on the table. And allow me to introduce I call it the Shadow Council. The Emperor grinned contentedly, gesturing around the heads. And they pointed out exactly the same thing you did, Londo. Sending the fleet into battle would be utter folly. We've already discussed Mr. Morden's wishes with them. And, yes, I believe it was him, Minister Dugari. Cartagia slapped one of the heads with a grin. He proposed a marvelous solution. Of course, we won't commit such a folly. Not a single ship will be sent to fight the Vorlons. So, you will expel Mr.
Morden's allies? What nonsense, Mollari. Of course not.
We promised him refuge, and we will keep our promise. They will remain on the island of Tselini, and in return, we will receive deification. A wonderful idea, isn't it? Deification? What nonsense did he just hear? No, it can't be. Your Majesty, but if the Vorlons destroy entire worlds just because of the presence of shadows there. Yes, Mollari. You've grasped our master plan perfectly. You and I, Mollari, will turn Centauri Prime into an inauguration pyre to commemorate my ascension to divinity. The flames of our world will light my way. But our people. If I become a god, how can our world survive without me? I can't just abandon it and its inhabitants. And if they follow me, they'll remain inferior, and that's excruciating. No, I'll take them all with me, carry them in my heart and spirit, in my memory, Mollari. That's why I'm telling you. Let Mr. Morden think everything is going as promised, but you, don't send a single ship. Let everything burn, Mollari. Let the flame of my divinity illuminate the world. Londo simply sat and stared at the rather grinning Emperor. Never before had he seen him in such a
inspired state. And it was frightening. Not as much as the obvious madness of the head of state, however. Mollari's mind was racing. He needed to think, and fast. Cartagia was clearly expecting some kind of answer, and the rapt expression the ambassador maintained with a tremendous effort of will wouldn't deceive him for long. He needed to say something. Answer. But only obscene curses in 3 languages, including human, came to mind. And looking at the dead heads of the courtiers, most of whom Mollari remembered from Turhan's reign as experienced and devoted subjects of the throne, sincerely concerned for the good of the people and the Republic, he simply wanted to strangle the emperor right there, with his own hands. If only death didn't await him the very next moment he stepped out of this secret crypt. Why are you silent, Londo? Did our revelation strike you so hard that it left you speechless? No, Your Majesty. Londo finally managed to choke out. Or rather, I'm amazed, that's for sure. Amazed by your genius. I suspect that Your Majesty's plans may contain pitfalls, as people say, capable of hindering their execution, but we will be able to remove all obstacles. The ambassador hastened to continue. I will make every effort to achieve this. According to my information, the Vorlon fleet will arrive in our system no earlier than 6 days. That's plenty of time to prepare everything required for your ascension. Verbal lace flowed from his mouth in a familiar stream. His many years of experience as a courtier and ambassador were telling. And his mind continued to ponder the situation, searching for ways to resolve it. After all, allowing the genocide of his own people due to the insane whim of a mad emperor. As a loyal subject of the throne, Londo could view emperors very differently at any given moment, but what he could never allow was a madman leading the Republic to ruin. Time. He needed time. Time, of which there was so little left. Your words are soothing to our ears, Londo Mollari. Cartagia narrowed his eyes slightly, but nevertheless smiled contentedly. I never doubted your wisdom and devotion. Think, prepare. Any resources you may need will be at your disposal. And bring me the good news as soon as possible. And I will ponder the great future of the people in whose lifetime the universe's first divine emperor will be born. Cartagia waved a relaxed hand, indicating Londo could go, and then lounged in a chair in the corner of the room, frowning in mock thought and studying the dead heads, his lips barely moving. He seemed to no longer pay attention to the ambassador, and Mollari chose to retreat. For fresh air, away from the mad emperor and the stench of corpses that seemed to permeate every cell of his body. 6 days. He had only 6 days to save his people. Damn it! Sheridan sank exhausted into a chair, tossing another report from the Rangers onto the table in front of him. And on the screen of the terminal in front of him, a frozen recording transmitted from one of the white stars reflected. Once a Gyme colony, one of the planets on the border of their territory. Now. The captain had already replayed the recording 3 times, poring over the scan data and the thoughts of the captain of the ship sent there, but he couldn't understand how what he had seen was even possible. The planet simply didn't exist. In the place of a once-inhabited world, there remained a dead, rocky sphere, devoid of atmosphere, biosphere, and, judging by indirect evidence, even the vast majority of its mineral resources. Mineral resources. Yep. The very same minerals that had turned the planet inside out. Scans clearly showed traces of rapid cooling of the igneous rocks on the surface, something utterly impossible for a long-existing planet that had been habitable just days before. John. Captain. Those who entered the tactical room addressed him in chorus, which caused the man to smile briefly,
which quickly faded, however, as soon as he glanced again at the image on the screen. "Bad news?" Ivanova asked, noticing the captain's expression. "Yes. Take a look." He sighed, restarting the recording. "This is all that remains of the Gam colony." "The Gams have colonies?" The woman blinked in surprise. The question was a natural one, as the Gams were an insectoid species, similar to Earth's ants or wasps, and their entire life was subordinated to rationality and benefit for the swarm. And until recently, they had indeed limited themselves to their home world, efficiently utilizing available resources. But the expansion into space and the encounter with other species, leaving aside the fact that this encounter began with the Narn invasion, forced the queens to reconsider their views. At least they were. Sheridan nodded. They don't advertise it, you understand, but by all indications, the planet belonged to them, was located on their territory, and basically, this is all that's left of it, as I said. "By Valen," Delenn breathed out. "Are these shadows?" "It seems so," the captain nodded. "At least, the White Star, which discovered this, reported specifically their ships flying away from the system, and some kind of black cloud, but it was too far away to tell for sure." "A cloud," came Kosh's voice, entering the hall quietly as usual, frozen in his spacesuit by the door. "These are shadows, yes." "Kosh, you know something?" John turned to him sharply. "A planet killer, not a Vorlon." The Vorlon nodded. "More dangerous. What are we supposed to do? How are we going to stop this?" Ivanova sighed. "We're nothing more than babies to them. If only we knew where they're going to attack next." "Coriana 6, Kosh said briefly. "What?" "The Vorlon fleet is moving towards Coriana 6, the Vorlon repeated after a short pause. "But why?" Ivanova frowned, exchanging glances with those present. The question, "Why is a Vorlon helping humans fight their own kind?" hung in the air, obvious to everyone yet unasked. Even Sheridan, though he suspected Kosh was very different from other Vorlons, he himself had openly stated as much, couldn't figure out how to feel about the former ambassador's actions. Death and resurrection, albeit through unknown means, had clearly had a profound impact on more than just him. "They've lost their way." Kosh made a sound like a sigh. "They'll lead to nothing but death." Different. Not the same as before. Confused. "So, Coriana 6, Sheridan sighed. "How much time do we have?" "Not enough. 4 days. 4 days? We won't even have time to gather the entire league." Delenn threw up her hands. "Yes." "Stop." Sheridan waved a hand to halt the argument that was about to flare up, then fell into deep thought. Time was short. Too short to do everything the way they wanted. Plans within plans. Everything was going wrong. Coriana 6 was a world with 6 billion inhabitants, and if anything less could be sacrificed to buy themselves time to prepare, that was simply not worth the risk. Which meant they'd have to make do with what they had right now. But the captain sighed heavily, realizing that the time had come for some very difficult decisions, and that no one but him could make them. "John," the Minbari woman touched his arm with concern. "There's a plan," the man said hoarsely. "It's unreliable. It's difficult. A plan I really don't like, but I don't see any other way. Or rather, it's even worse. There are options, and I'll certainly try them, but we can only rely on ourselves. I'll be happy to be wrong, but—" "Speak, Captain. We all understand that nothing is ever that simple. Okay, the captain frowned in concentration. Ivanova. Sir, when we're finished, you'll go to the League, show them the recording and inform them of the Vorlons' plans to attack the Coriana 6. We'll need every ship capable of fighting. Have them notify the fleets and in. He paused for a moment, then nodded. Yes, have them return here in an hour for details of the operation. I'll do it, the commander nodded. Delenn, he turned to the Minbari. I'm going to need several white stars, 5, I think. They are all at your disposal anyway, but I don't understand. We need bait. We can't afford to waste time any longer. Today the Vorlons have decided to attack the Coriana 6, and tomorrow the shadows will come to Minbar, or Earth. We need to put an end to this madness. And you want... Yes. Sheridan looked darkly at the woman. I want to invite the shadows there too. Only by gathering both sides in one place and forcing them to solve their problems. Independently, will we be able to achieve anything? Reckless, said Kosh. You might have already gotten used to the fact that we humans are exactly like this. The captain waved him off. The Vorlon made an inarticulate sound, likely meant to convey a resigned sigh, and shook his suit as if shrugging. But he remained silent. Apparently, there wasn't much to object to. The plan was truly reckless, and Sheridan himself knew it perfectly well. But now was the moment when no other plan was feasible. I'll contact the ship captains, Delenn nodded. Should they report to Babylon 5? No, let them head for Dorak 7. There's a shadow base there, but let them keep their distance until I contact them. If you're sure that's what needs to be done. I'm not sure, Delenn. I'm not sure of anything anymore. But we have no other choice. And you yourself, Captain? Ivanova asked. And I'll try to get us some help. At least a little help. Baal, Sheridan nodded. What about Lorien? He won't help? The man winced. Tries not to interfere more than necessary. But I'll talk to him too. After all, it's his. The kids have turned our galaxy into their own playground. There's not much time left. Let's get to work. With a heavy sigh, Sheridan grabbed the printed report from the desk and plucked the data crystal from its desk pad, slipping it into his jacket pocket. The conversation with Lord Baal couldn't be postponed. The Gua'uld's assistance, if he were generous enough to offer it, was too valuable to ignore. In any case, they were all out of time, and they had no real choice. With a grim glance at everyone present, the captain left the tactical room, heading for the embassy section of the station. He hoped Lord Baal was still there. Searching for him all over Babylon would be a real hassle, and one for which, again, he had neither the time nor the energy. Come in, Captain. I met Sheridan right at the threshold, opening the door to the cabin literally a second after the man touched the call panel. It was clear from the captain's face how frustrated he was with everything going on, and the need to solve ever-increasing problems. In a way, I even felt sorry for him, as he had absolutely nowhere else to go. Nodding, Sheridan walked into the cabin, stopping next to the guest chair. Forgive me for the sudden visit, Lord Baal, but unfortunately, the situation, as well as the time to resolve it, cannot be delayed. I'm all ears, Captain. I nodded and sat down on the sofa, gesturing for the man to also sit down. I require your assistance, the captain said after a short pause. A couple of hours ago, one of our patrol ships detected a huge fleet of shadows near one of the Gam planets. They sent a report. Taking the printout the man handed me, I glanced over it thoughtfully. The document spoke of the very planet I'd witnessed being destroyed by the shadows. And, judging by the captain's grim expression, that wasn't all he'd brought me to review. So there you have it, 94.113%. If this is true, I spoke slowly, continuing to read the report, then I can only sympathize with the Gams. Unprecedented cruelty. To destroy an entire planet for some purpose. No, I shook my head. I know ways to pull this off. And in the history of the Goa'uld Empire, there were representatives who weren't above using such methods to exert psychological pressure on the enemy. But that doesn't make it any less barbaric. But I don't quite see how I can help you, Captain. You don't really think I'm capable of resurrecting the dead, do you? What? Sheridan blinked in surprise, processing the last sentence. No, Lord Baal, I never thought to ask you for anything like that. And you're not capable? The man clarified, just in case. Certainly not on a planetary scale. In any case, I myself understand that nothing can be done with the Jaim colony. After the shadow attack, all that's left is a lifeless stone ball. Even setting up a mining station there is useless. I don't know how, but the shadows seem to have sucked out even the minerals, literally gutting the planet. In that case, I returned the report to the captain. What exactly brought you to me? What kind of help are you seeking? Ambassador Kosh. We've learned that the Vorlon Empire is planning an attack on the planet Coriana 6, and Ambassador Kosh has confirmed it. Lord Baal, there are nearly 6 billion sentient beings living there. Nearly 6 billion civilians who have nothing to do with the ongoing war. And they will all be destroyed along with the planet because of a single shadow base, which I'm sure they've convinced the locals to establish on their territory. Coriana 6. I think that was the final battle of the entire story, during which Sheridan convinced the Vorlons and Shadows to flee the galaxy, right? I stubbornly can't recall how that battle ended for the planet itself, but the captain's concerns and his arguments directed at me were quite reasonable and logical, especially in light of my own statement that the military is supposed to fight. So, you call yourself a peacemaker? Promote peace and quiet, huh? From Coronet, clearly monitoring the conversation through the replicator network, came a short, "I told you so," and an emoticon of a sticking-out tongue. When would I have expected anything else from the Neki? I already told you, Captain. I shook my head with a sigh, that my position does not allow me to intervene in your conflict directly. But you already did this for the Narns, by placing observation stations near their colonies. It's unlikely that the Centauri's aggression against the Narns is the same as a battle involving the combined fleets of all the advanced races of the galaxy. But I didn't finish. Looking at the tense captain, I could only sigh and shake my head. Captain, while I understand your situation, I can't simply send my ships and force them into battle if that's what you're counting on. I'm only an ambassador, though I admit my powers actually extend somewhat beyond that. And I doubt that deploying a station like the one off the Narn planets will stop the aggression of the Vorlons or the Shadows. So tell me, Captain Sheridan, what exactly are you counting on? The man frowned. Damn it, Lord Baal. A miracle. I need at least a small miracle. For the last 6 months, I've felt like a rat cornered. The break with my home, the war unleashed by the Centauri, the attacks of the Shadows, and now the Vorlons. You have no idea how often I want to pick up a blaster and...
I haven't decided yet whether to shoot everyone on the station or put a blast to my head." The captain, exhausted by his outburst, slumped back in his chair, waved his hand weakly, forcing himself to open his eyes and look at me with obvious effort. "Forgive me, Lord Baal. I shouldn't have said all this, and you certainly don't have to listen to all this. I'm sorry." Yeah, they really pushed the guy over the edge. Looking at him, I'm no longer surprised by how in the original story he simply sent both sides of the conflict packing, completely unconcerned about the consequences for himself and those around him. Well, such frankness probably deserves a small reward.
Especially since, while he was describing what was happening, a pretty good idea, I think, occurred to me. An idea that would allow me to both test the replicator's capabilities on a particularly large-scale task, and also give him that little miracle. "Captain," I called out to the man, who was clearly about to get up from his chair and leave. "Lord Baal?" he asked with a sigh. "I'll contact my government. But regardless of what answer comes from home, I'll see what I can do to help. Whatever the case, 6 billion civilians are too much of a gamble to ignore." The captain's strength was only enough to sigh with relief and bow his head low in gratitude. And then he was gone. So, miracle. What was that Arthur Clarke phrase? Chapter 94, Hour of the Wolf. Everything comes in its own time for those who know how to wait. Honoré de Balzac. What do people usually mean when they hear or say the word miracle? A supernatural phenomenon caused by the intervention of a divine or otherworldly force? Some unexpected event, the occurrence of which is utterly impossible from the perspective of those around them? Something simply astounding? Or all of the above? For mere mortals, perhaps. For replicators. No, of course, even with the incredible level of technological development of these machines, there was still something unattainable, and therefore miraculous when it was finally realized. But in this particular case, Captain Sheridan, who left me hopeful, was waiting for his simple, understandable human miracle, for someone powerful and benevolent to come and solve the cyclopean pile of problems that had befallen the inhabitants of the galaxy in general, and one poor captain in particular. Or at least lift the most pressing of them from his shoulders. Coriana 6. Could I perform such a miracle? Theoretically. But even for me and all the might of the replicators, such a feat required preparation. Not too long, given the combined performance of the replicator network and the material and energy resources available to it, but still serious and thoughtful. In fact, to be completely frank, there was more than one way to implement this miracle. Over the years, or perhaps even centuries of active work in both worlds, the replicators had accumulated a vast amount of knowledge and interesting technological solutions, which, with sufficient imagination, sometimes allowed them to invent quite ingenious methods for solving a specific problem. However, as always happens, the theory often crashed against the harsh rocks of reality. For example, the well-known and proven Stargate technology was perfectly suited for scaling in both directions, both downsizing the gate itself and enlarging it. But, while the first option was practically elementary and required only a sufficiently compact power source, which wasn't a problem for the replicators, and the secret passage from my cabin on Babylon 5 to my own colony laboratory on the opposite side of the galaxy perfectly confirmed this. Then, in the opposite situation, theoretically the gate's operating principle allowed for the transport of objects of absolutely any size and mass. And the supergate, created by the Ori to transport heavy cruisers from another galaxy, clearly demonstrated this. But then came the subtleties. Even the evil relatives of the ancients,
with all their development and omnipotence, were forced to exploit the harsh and merciless laws of physics, turning one planet into a black hole and using it as an energy source to power the supergate. Theoretically, yes, I could have done the same, even though my branch of replicators lacked the technological know-how to create artificial black holes, even in the shrink the planet to the Schwarzschild radius scenario. I simply didn't have the means to do it. But I did have large reserves of pure energy and the infinite battery of the MNT reactor. Although it's far from certain that this would have been enough. After all, the battery is infinite, but a one-time output is a different matter entirely. In short, it's possible, but incredibly difficult. Or, take, for example, the Great Machine and its temporal manipulation module. While limited by its energy reserves, it was nevertheless perfectly capable of sending an object of any size and mass to any chosen point in time. Theoretically, because while sending into the future was simple and straightforward even by basic human theories of temporal mechanics, sending into the past was more complicated. Yes, Draal and Varn before him sent Babylon 4 1,000 years into the past, to the last war with the Shadows. But that was part of an already accomplished history, a kind of grand plan. Had I conceived something similar, a host of problems and complications would have immediately arisen, starting with the fact that planets, systems, galaxies, and the universe itself never stand still. It's one thing to move a small, by cosmic standards, space station from one empty point in space to another, but 1,000 years in the past. But quite another to displace, say, an entire planet in this way. Yes. It's scary to imagine the chaos this would create in celestial mechanics, and where that planet would ultimately end up. Certainly not in a completely different system, if not inside a star. That's precisely why I've been exploring other options, seemingly arriving at something more or less feasible, but no less effective and spectacular. This time, you've outdone yourself, and even my most pessimistic predictions about you. Corone's digital voice, in addition to extreme concern, conveyed genuine amazement and bewilderment.
But you must agree that this is possible.
Only in theory. Can you imagine the amount of energy that would be involved in the process? Yes, the NECA said, clearly displeased at having to admit I was right about anything regarding the idea under discussion. The technology available to the replicators allows for this manipulation, and the available resources are sufficient to carry out your plan. But it's still madness. The probability of success is 97.531%. But if it fails, you'll simply destroy all the ships in the system. There was some truth in Corone's indignant words. Her younger sister remained silent, though she radiated a puzzled intensity. According to the replicator network's calculations, for my plan, I would need an energy storage facility capable of simultaneously holding 5.3675 pi's 1041 joules of energy, converting it into information, and then, having preserved all this wealth in an unchanged state and maintained it in a stable condition for several hours, returning it back and replacing it as it was, which added a rather impressive amount of purely technical costs on top of everything else. And I haven't even mentioned the need to refrain from wasting such wealth on the needs of the replicators. I'm not greedy. I can restrain my baser impulses. Probably. Yes. In any case, as NECA mentioned, the simultaneous release of all the energy, if the process suddenly goes wrong, would truly simply blow away everyone present, leaving only the most remote corners of the planetary system untouched. And that's precisely why everything required meticulous preparation and calculations. And again, calculations and preparation. Simply because a miracle must be just that, a miracle. And in miracles, failures and shortcomings are unacceptable. Thor did something similar with the Goa'uld ships, I note, replaying the aforementioned events in my mind. Information about which the replicators gleaned from Asgardian databases and Thor's own memories, digitized during the torture inflicted on him by the Goa'uld. Undoubtedly on a much smaller scale, but it all comes down to computing power and available energy. Do whatever you want, the NECA sighed. But if anything happens, I'll say I told you so, and give you a long, tedious lecture. Just know that. And she can, but a miracle is a miracle, and since I've set my sights on it, all that remains is to launch another round of refined calculations. Send one of the reconnaissance probes under an invisibility field to the Coriana 6 so as not to miss the possible start of the fun. And issue the command to build the required number of ships. The material side of the issue also cannot be discounted. Interlude. After such a night filled with information, Londo didn't sleep a wink until morning. His conversation with Morden and Cartagia, and the latter's subsequent revelations, had left Mollari literally in a state of utter horror. He'd checked through his own channels as best he could, regarding the movements of Centauri forces around the planet, particularly in terms of cargo and supply shipments, and was forced to acknowledge the depressing truth. The shadows were already here. In fact, this entire conversation, the mutual threats and the diplomatic game, were meant only to rub his nose in the unpleasant fact. Londo Mollari was no longer in charge, and since he'd refused to cooperate directly with Morden's employers, they would have to do without him. That's why, and right now, just as dawn was breaking, he was quickly heading out of the Imperial Palace to a nondescript but well-known to a select few tavern, inn, restaurant. The establishment could be called many things, but the main thing was that its owner was heavily and reliably indebted to House Mollari, meaning, under the current circumstances, he was practically the most trustworthy person on the planet. At least, far more trustworthy than everyone else, yes. In a separate back room, one chosen by distinguished guests wishing to be alone with drinks and food, Londo was already awaited, despite the late, or rather early, calls the ambassador had made immediately upon returning to his room. Everyone had arrived. Yes, gathering everyone who still cared like this, almost openly, 3 blocks from the palace walls, was an extremely risky undertaking, but Londo simply had no other choice. Not when Centauri Prime could cease to exist in less than a week. Nodding to the owner of the establishment, who bowed his head respectfully, Mollari strode quickly into the hall and decisively opened one of the doors, heading straight for one of the empty chairs arranged around the table in the center of the room. The surviving ministers who had avoided joining the shadow council of the madman on the throne, representatives of the old families who remained concerned about the future of the state, a couple of idealistic youth, that was the entire conspiratorial group. 8 people on whom depended directly whether the Centauri Republic would exist at all in a week, or whether its capital would be reduced to a cloud of cooled rock debris in orbit. Of course, there was also the loyal Veer, who would have had a place at this table, but Mollari had left his attaché on the Babylon with Adira. The last thing he wanted was for someone to take him away at the most crucial and inopportune moment. Ahem. Anyway, it was safer that way. Your late call was practically panicked, Mollari. The elderly Centauri sitting at the far end of the table said solemnly. What happened so urgent and terrible that you gathered everyone now? A grave danger looming over, dare I say it, our entire planet. Over the very fact of its existence. Will that do? Londo smiled wryly, sitting down in the empty seat. The events of the near future, the next 6 days, will determine whether our homeworld will stand or fall, depending on what exactly we do. We have no more time for discussion and planning. We need to act. But we mustn't act hastily. Our agreement, the agreement that something needs to change, doesn't tolerate haste. Everything must be planned and executed perfectly. Otherwise... Unfortunately, we have no choice, Minister Baal, Londo sighed. And no time. No one in the imperial court was willing to prevent a madman from ascending to the throne until it was too late. Well, it already is. You had a hand in this yourself, the young Centauri sitting to Baal's left said, pointing accusingly at the ambassador. It was thanks to you and your connections to Lord Rifa that the Prime Minister was killed. Rifa was playing his own game, Londo said discontentedly. And he did as much harm to me personally as he did to our entire state. However, he has already paid for it. He got what he deserved. But now is not the time to argue about which of us is most to blame for this situation. I have made many mistakes, I admit. And I too will receive my full retribution in the next world. But now we must act. I repeat, we have no time left. Explain, Mollari, Baal said again, gesturing to stop the youth representative who was clearly about to continue the squabble. A few hours ago I had a conversation with Emperor Cartagia. Mollari winced at the unpleasant memories of that conversation. And I even had the pleasure of attending a meeting of his Shadow Council. A disgusting sight if you didn't know. And the clearest proof that the Emperor has gone mad. But that's not the main point. The Emperor has ordered the deployment of shadow ships on our planet. I don't think I need to remind you of the latest news on this matter, of the consequences. Do you think the Vorlons— I know, Mollari emphasized the last word, that the Vorlons are already on their way here. 6 days. And that's only in the best-case scenario. 6 days, and their fleet will be in our orbit, along with that monstrous planet killer. We must drive them out of here. Otherwise, we can't even think about any future. There will be no one to think, perhaps. It's worth pointing out this threat to Emperor Cartagia. I tried. He won't even listen. His every thought is consumed by dreams of personal apotheosis, even at the cost of millions of his subjects' deaths. That's why we must take matters into our own hands. London. We have no choice, Minister. In 6 days, either Cartagia dies and we throw these damned ships off the planet, or Centauri Prime will be simply destroyed. But perhaps there's another way to drive the shadow ships off Centauri Prime, the youngest of those present said cautiously, clearly feeling incredibly uneasy at the mere thought of having to kill a member of the imperial family. What? Londo sighed. Words won't convince Emperor Cartagia. I saw it clearly in his eyes. And bypassing the court, that might work, of course, Mollari admitted. But all it would take is one small mistake, one accidental attention from Cartagia, and everything would go to hell. No matter how mad he is, he's still Supreme Commander, and the deployment of warships of any race on the planet is decided by the military. He'll find out. No. The ambassador shook his head. The issue needs to be resolved drastically. Cartagia must be killed. We have no choice. Okay, Baal exhaled. I don't like this at all, but let's say— How do you imagine this? The Imperial Palace has a whole army of guards. If only we could lure him somewhere else. But here, on Centauri Prime? It's difficult, yes, Londo nodded. But not impossible. Remember history. Emperor Oleon was a complete paranoid, even building a network of catacombs beneath the entire city, with entrances leading from every single room of significance in the palace. He certainly had an entire army of guards and bodyguards. But he was stabbed to death in his own bedroom. His own bodyguard, the most trusted of them all. And it's precisely these very catacombs that will help us. Mollari smiled contentedly. I managed to find a descendant of one of the architects who built those tunnels. Oleon, of course, executed everyone involved after the work was completed. But a copy of the plans somehow miraculously survived. And the Emperor's bedroom is on them. We must act resolutely. If we fail to kill him, each of us risks ending up in his place. And if we succeed, but the perpetrator is caught, Baal waved his hand, the result will be essentially the same. The laws of the Republic are harsh and unforgiving when it comes to punishment for an attempt on the dynasty. I had very little time, but I think I've thought of everything, Mollari sighed. All you need to do is agree to the need to do this. I can handle the rest myself. I hope so, Londo added silently. However, even if he failed, even if he were caught and executed, he would soon have wonderful company in the afterlife. The Vorlon Empire's fleet would hardly understand the nuances of the local politics of a single planet. They would simply destroy it. Very well, Mollari. After a brief silence and an exchange of glances, Minister Baal nodded. Go ahead. But you must be absolutely certain of your success. Otherwise, he spread his hands. No one here knows you, hasn't spoken to you, and has nothing to do with what's happening. I never doubted it, Londo grinned wryly. I'll do it all. I'll need a day or two to prepare, and then I'll do it all. We'll settle it on that. Yielding to Delen's insistence, Sheridan rescheduled the meeting with League representatives scheduled for in an hour. Not for very long, after all, since they were pressed for time. But he did get a couple of hours of sleep. However, he never really got any real sleep. His brain simply refused to shut off, continuing to replay the latest events, everything he'd learned about the Vorlon attacks, everything he'd managed to think up and complete to solve this problem. In short, he simply lay in his cabin for 2 hours, pretending to sleep. However, it did give him some rest, albeit purely physical, allowing him to finally relax his aching back and throbbing legs. Unfortunately, he hadn't come up with anything radically new. The plan remained deeply unpleasant to him personally, but the situation was such that it simply couldn't be resolved without casualties. He still had hope in Lorien, but even before speaking with the first, John somehow clearly understood that he would refuse any active participation in what was happening. It would be good if he agreed to at least share information about the real state of affairs in the galaxy, and, for example, help find any of the originals still remaining in the galaxy. John, are you awake? Came the quiet voice of the Minbari woman. Peering through the cabin door that had opened with a soft hiss, he had given Delen access to his quarters long ago. Yes. The captain sat up on the bed with a heavy sigh. Is it time already? Everyone's gathered. They're just waiting for you. The woman nodded, walking inside and sitting down on the edge of his bed. Yes, I'll be right there. I just need to wash up. He rubbed his face with his palms with effort. The almost icy water cleared the fog in his head a little, but the captain felt the fatigue return very soon. It seemed he would now have to consider the dangers of using chemical stimulants, right? He should ask Franklin for recommendations. As Sheridan knew, almost all doctors frequently use this crap in their work, especially when the number of patients exceeds the required number. And who, if not them, would know the safe dose for the body? "You can do it," Delenn said, putting a warm smile on his shoulders as he returned from the bathroom and began pulling on his uniform jacket, the only thing he had the strength to take off before falling into bed. "That's not even the point," the captain sighed. "I can believe that we'll all survive, that we'll solve the Vorlon shadow problem. I just have a hard time accepting the need to resort to such controversial approaches to achieve that goal. Although, I might as well accept by now that no war is ever simple or morally transparent. Do what you must, and come what may," Sheridan finished for Delenn with a sigh. "That's not a bad option either," the woman nodded. John chuckled, buttoned his jacket, making sure the rest of his clothes weren't too wrinkled during his sleep, and gestured for Delenn to precede him out of the cabin. He would have much rather stayed here, lounging in bed or simply standing there, embracing the Minbari, but time was truly pressing. If they truly wanted to save the Coriana 6 and end the surrounding horror, a decision had to be made right now. They were already awaited in the tactical room. All the representatives of the League of Non-Aligned Worlds had arrived, though Sheridan saw a grim, stubborn skepticism and distrust of his words on many faces. Even if no words had yet been spoken. He was prepared for something like this, though. It was depressing, to be sure, but he was prepared for it, yes. "I request your attention," the captain said quietly, pausing at the top of the stairs, thereby attracting the attention of those present. "You've all already seen the recording we received. You all know what awaits us," he continued after a period of silence. "But still, we have a chance to prevent the worst outcome. As we know, the Vorlons are planning to attack the Coriana 6 in less than 4 days. And we cannot allow that to happen. Not on a planet with 6 billion people." Sheridan slowly descended into the hall, making his way to his seat at the round table in the center. The League ambassadors present followed his example, continuing to listen warily to the man's words. "It would undoubtedly be simpler and better to meet the enemy when and where we choose. But with such a stake at stake, we no longer have the luxury of choice. Therefore, we will be forced to act right now." "Do you have a plan, Captain?" Garibaldi, standing near the table, asked a general question. "Yes," John nodded. "For the first stage, I'll need 1/3 of the available ships. They'll be required to intercept the Vorlon fleet before it reaches the planet and delay it as long as possible. We need a little more time to prepare. I'll give you a list of targets in order of priority. But remember, no one's asking you to destroy the enemy. Attack swiftly. Attack with all your might. But retreat immediately as soon as you encounter mortal danger. Delay, not perish in battle. Understood?" A discordant hum of agreeing voices rolled through the hall. The rest of the fleet, Delenn, who was handling this part of the plan, took the floor, "will be concentrated in the Coriana 6 system. That's where we'll prepare defensive lines against the Vorlons." "You were talking about the first stage," the Drazi ambassador grumbled. "But that implies there will be at least one more." "Besides our ships," Delenn sighed, exchanging glances with Sheridan, "we'll enlist the aid of several primordials.
It's precisely to be able to contact them and win them over to our side that we need time.
I don't know how many there will be in the end, but the party wouldn't be complete without inviting all the guests, Sheridan said grimly. I'm going to invite the shadows, too. Now, as soon as the words were spoken, the hall literally exploded. Bewilderment, fear, indignation. All the ambassadors present seemed unable to believe what they had just heard. After waiting out the storm, giving them time to process his words, the captain continued. Now they're dancing around each other, playing their games, like two fighters in a sandbox. And we're all the ones suffering from it. They're avoiding direct combat with each other, and I think I know why. This is madness. How are you planning to get the shadows there? If, as you say, they're avoiding direct confrontation, the Drazi spoke up again. It's doubtful they'll come to Coriana 6 simply because you asked. I know, but that only means that you need to ask. More persistently. The captain uttered the last words with noticeable difficulty, and he only uttered them because Delenn took him by the elbow, expressing her support, while Sheridan himself understood perfectly well that he simply had no choice, and the decision he had made, difficult from any point of view, had to be put into effect. What do you mean? We need bait, something that will make the shadows believe and fly to any place we choose. And for that, I'll have to go to great lengths. Is the White Star in place? Yes, John, the Minbari nodded. Fine. It took only a few seconds to contact the ship's captain. Erickson had already been notified that he and his ship would be assigned a special mission, and was waiting for a communication session in the designated system to receive final instructions. He waited, not yet knowing what. Erickson speaking, a voice said, and a human man in ranger garb appeared on the screen, sitting in the captain's chair on the bridge of a Minbari ship. The channel is encrypted, Sheridan said slowly, and the encryption will change every 10 seconds. The algorithm has already been sent to you. I confirm, the ranger nodded, looking to the side. I told you that soon I can ask you for a lot. The time has come. I'm ready, Captain, Erickson nodded. 4 more White Stars will soon arrive in your sector. As soon as that happens, head to the Shadow Zone. Your target is the base on Dorax 7. You're just nearby. Yes, Captain, Erickson nodded. It's a small base, but the system is literally 10 light minutes from one of their larger bases in the sector. Even if we destroy the facility in the Doraka system, they'll counterattack almost instantly and re-establish their presence with ease. We know that. Sheridan exchanged another glance with Delenn, sighing heavily and turning back to the White Star's captain. You were supposed to receive an additional file. It contains information about a secret base we've concealed near Coriana 6. That's where the bulk of our combined fleet will arrive in 3 days. But, Erickson, if the Shadows find out, they'll attack the system before it's operational, before we're ready. John spoke, watching the captain's expression change with every word, understanding, awareness of the true meaning of the words and the order he'd given. Erickson's jaw tightened, but in the man's eyes Sheridan saw only determination and a willingness to see the task through to the end. Commanding such men was both a tremendous honor and a terrible terror. But the captain simply had no one more reliable than the rangers he'd inherited from the Minbari. How long should we hold out? The man asked quietly. It's enough for them to believe they extracted the information by force. It's enough for them to arrive in the Coriana 6 system 3 days later, having received such an invitation. You're not married, are you, Erickson? No, Captain, he said even more quietly. I'm not married. And I will do everything. But what about those 4 ships? They're just for show, Sheridan shook his head. They'll help you destroy the base, but that's all.
You're the only one with a copy of the file. Erickson, Sheridan looked gravely at Captain Erickson. If we had time, or any other option, but billions of lives depend on this plan. There is no need for persuasion, Captain. Both the crew and I understand everything. If you or the crew need anything. They're Minbari, Captain, Erickson interrupted John, smiling for the first time in the conversation. And I'm a ranger. We all knew what we were getting into. When the ships arrive, we'll be ready. You can count on us, sir. I have no doubt, John nodded. And Silzaveni, Delenn. Erickson placed his hand on his chest and bowed his head for a moment. In Valen's name. In the name of Valen, the Minbari echoed. The next moment, the White Star's captain hung up. They had important business and absolutely no time to spare. A heavy, tense silence fell over the tactical room. Well, they all had plenty to attend to, too. Shaking off the melancholy that had washed over him, Sheridan gratefully squeezed Delenn's fingers, whose hand was still on his elbow, and turned to the League. That's the second point, the man sighed. From now on, everything will depend entirely on you and me. The Drazi ambassador, clearly chosen by those present as the representative and spokesman for the will of the League worlds, still somewhat shocked by everything he'd heard, rose from his seat, bowing his head respectfully. The ability to make difficult decisions, no matter what anyone said, was respected by virtually all species, even the most unusual. With a curt nod, the captain headed for the exit. He still had one important matter, an important conversation, and an important assignment to complete. And the question was, would it be easier than anything he'd already accomplished this long day? You called, Captain? Ivanova, focused, entered Sheridan's office, stopping at the threshold and looking in surprise at Lorien, who was sitting in the chair. Yes, come in, Susan. John rose from the table. What's the latest news? Literally 10 minutes ago, 10 more ships joined us, the commander shrugged. I've never seen a bigger fleet in my life. Hell, no one has. Lorien, sitting in the chair, chuckled ironically. He certainly had seen it. But Ivanova preferred to pretend for now that the ancient alien simply wasn't there. At least there's some benefit to be gained from fighting the shadows, Sheridan sighed. 6 months ago, half of them were fighting each other, and now, a common goal can unite even the most irreconcilable enemies, the first said quietly. Yes, I remember, John nodded. Perhaps I can even be proud of it. I haven't decided yet. Of course you can. Ivanova sat down on the sofa. Damn it, Captain, no one in history has ever done this, and now, if it weren't for the occasion, I'd be happy as hell. Forgive me for my unregulated rudeness, not to mention commanding such a fleet, but even just being a part of it. Speaking of which, Lorien, the captain turned to the first, has your decision changed? I've interfered enough, Captain. He shook his head. You see what that led to in the end. And I've already said, if children want to learn something, they must take their own steps, even if those steps lead to their downfall. Well, as expected. But I'm not saying I'll refuse your help completely, Lorien finished. The originals, those of them who remain in the galaxy, I'll help you find them. They've languished in isolation for too long. It's time to remind them that they're not forgotten, and not alone in the universe. Okay, Ivanova. He looked at Susan Sheridan. That's exactly what I wanted to talk about. You'll have a separate assignment. What? Captain! The woman snapped indignantly. If this is how you're going to keep me out of the main fight, hell no. I'm not staying. Susan. I'm not asking you to stay. I'm asking you to find the originals, those who didn't go beyond the limit. But they left the galaxy. The woman frowned, puzzled. Not all, Lorien answered for the captain. They're secretive, haven't communicated with anyone but themselves for centuries. But they're still here, among you. Do you think they will help us? Who knows, the first shrugged quite humanly. But you won't get an answer to that question even without trying.
Susan, the captain continued to persuade his deputy. We need all the reserves we can get. If one of the originals agrees to march alongside us, we'll have a chance. Not just to die heroically, proving to the galaxy that our cause is just, but to survive and tell our descendants of this success. And if not, the captain shrugged. Promise me, Ivanova said quietly after a pause, that this assignment is not an attempt to keep me away from the main events. I promise, the captain nodded gravely. As soon as you and Lorien find all the remaining primordials willing to make contact, fly immediately to the Coriana 6 system. I'll need you both there. Okay. The commander rose to her feet. When do we take off? As soon as possible. The captain looked at Lorien, who had also risen from his chair. Take one of the White Stars. I've already warned the crew. Their shuttle is waiting for you at the dock. With a curt nod, Ivanova quickly headed out of the office, not even looking back to check if Lorien was following. A condescending smile appeared on the first's face. The woman's obvious advance toward him clearly struck the ancient being as amusing. With a measured bow toward Sheridan, Lorien followed the commander with the same leisurely, measured pace, leaving the man alone. Sighing, John sank wearily back into his chair. The pieces were set up, as a chess player might have put it. Now all that remained was to await his opponent's move and determine who would be checkmated first. If only there weren't so many variables in what was happening. If only he had a little more certainty and confidence in the success of all his endeavors. But even Lorien, with whom John had had a lengthy conversation before calling Ivanova, failed to please the captain. He even caught himself thinking that they were somehow vaguely similar to Lord Baal. The same reluctance to actively interfere in the affairs of younger races, a reluctance to directly participate. And while in Baal's case the captain could somehow explain it, after all, to the Goa'uld, their galaxy and all the species inhabiting it were complete aliens, then Lorien, who had literally witnessed the first steps of every civilization around him. From him, Sheridan expected a little more involvement in the destinies of his children, as he put it then. In any case, for now all he could do was sit and wait. Chapter 95. The Gordian Knot of Genealogy. The rulers are mortal, but the state is eternal. Tacitus. The situation on Babylon 5 was best described by the famous phrase, "a fire in a brothel during a flood." Not that everything around was cheerful or amusing, no, but the general tension and nervousness in anticipation of impending events was palpable even without the aid of telepathy. League ships constantly circled the station, some arriving, unloading, and immediately departing, others gathering in groups and departing for the upcoming action. In short, there was bustle and chaos, miraculously kept within reasonable bounds by the captain. True, the captain himself had also planned to take part in the party, so what would happen on the station upon his departure was anyone's guess. And hope that Babylon survives. After all, even setting aside the potential shadow attack on the decision center, there were always the station's standard problems, such as its own population. Yes, you can't help but wonder whether it's worth leaving Alice and the Neck alone on board, keeping the locals company at the Coriana 6, controlling the miracle remotely, or even taking everyone with you on the Emperor's will. To avoid, so to speak. Well, no. While Korone and Yuki were practically as unkillable as I was, I couldn't bring myself to take Elisa and Behemoth into the war zone. Even if the chance of getting hurt was close to zero, it could never be truly zero. And then there would be the cost of failure, which I didn't want to accept. So, a group of commands was sent through the replicator network, and several of the already ready super Hataks were set into motion on the opposite side of the galaxy. I think 5 of them would be more than enough to discourage any potential aggressor from aggression. Internal security was already handled by the felinids. All I had to do was give Araudorn a list of priority targets for protection, and the tailed ones would do the rest. A miracle, indeed. Despite Corone's pessimism and the doubts she expressed, all calculation cycles yielded identical results, with a difference of 0.0005%, which could easily be considered a minor error due to all sorts of vacuum fluctuations, the influence of the collective unconscious, and other manifestations of the great random. And all the field tests conducted on several planetoids in the territory under my control demonstrated exactly the same, completely successful results.
Of course, if actually implemented, this method would require far more energy and computing power. But in reality, all I had to do now was wait for the right moment and send the ships to the pre-calculated coordinates in space. A bell rang from the cabin door, and the security cameras in the hallway revealed Alice? A very worried Alice, shifting from foot to foot, her lips pressed tightly together and her hands clenched into fists. Alice? Having given the command to open the door, I rose from the sofa and stepped forward, casting a careful glance at the telepath. Did something happen? Lord Baal, I'm sorry to bother you. Oh, come on. I've told you more than once that you can always ask me if you need anything. And judging by your face, you do need something? Yes. And no. I don't know. The girl hesitated. Come in. I gestured to the telepath to sit at the tea table in the corner of the cabin. Let's do it this way. I'll pour you some tea, and you can think about it. Gather your thoughts. Once you figure out what's bothering you, I'll be all ears. Yes. Alice nodded uncertainly and sat down in one of the chairs, staring intently ahead. Tellingly, nothing significant was caught on camera that could have provoked such a reaction from the girl. The usual bustle of Babylon 5, spiced up by Captain Sheridan's preparations for the final showdown with the originals. No one bullied the telepath. No one attacked her. No one even tried to look at her the wrong way. And she'd long since been able to resolve such problems on her own. However, having collected her thoughts, Alice herself lifted the veil of secrecy over the situation, slowly saying, "Tell me, Lord Baal, is something happening at the station? Something dangerous?" I suppose the answer, it's Babylon 5. There's always something going on. Won't satisfy you? I'm serious. Brother Theo. The telepath frowned. Brother Theo has already talked to me 5 times about sending me to Earth, to one of their parishes, for my safety, and I sense something myself. She shuddered. I try not to read others, no matter how much I feel about the core rules and the core itself. It's simply impolite. But even so, I sense a general tension, an expectation of something terrible. Danger. And it comes mostly from the station's officers. I suppose, I said, placing a full cup of aromatic tea in front of the girl with a warm smile, then setting a tray of cakes and a small teapot and cup down on the table for myself. The whole point is that Captain Sheridan and his subordinates are currently busy, preparing a very important plan. You are aware of what's going on around us, aren't you? Well, as far as that's possible, Alice nodded. Some ancient race, ghosts, or shadows. Yes, shadows. That story alone is enough to make you shudder. And... That's right, I nodded, sitting down in the chair opposite him.
picking up a second cup of tea. And the captain does what he does precisely so that everyone around him doesn't have to flinch. And Brother Theo, well, I suppose he's simply looking out for your safety, to the best of his ability. Something tells me that if the captain fails, there won't be a safe place anywhere in the galaxy. The telepath sighed, shivering. I just don't know what to do. Take his offer, stay here, on Babylon 5, or take me with you, was literally written between the lines, forcing me to ponder once again how exactly to respond. If I took her with me now, to Coriana 6, she would tag along afterward. And I wasn't at all sure that was the best option for a teenage human girl. Yes, I had firmly decided to leave this galaxy, and most likely this world as a whole, if the device I'd created held up when it came down to it, but I couldn't even guarantee that I was safe. But the replicators had at least a small chance of surviving any conceivable disaster, even if I found myself in the middle of a supernova without a ship. A human. Alice, I sighed. I don't think you're in any danger. No more than the others, at least. Yes, the shadows might attack the station, but several of my ships will be arriving here very soon for that very purpose, I said, winking at the telepath with a sly smile. Any enemy would have a hard time getting through them to Babylon. So, you might as well stay. And to make things easier for you and Brother Theo, I'll assign you a guard. I think any of Raudorn's subordinates would be happy to serve as a bodyguard. Yes, the girl laughed involuntarily. There are so many rumors about your guards that… Thank you, Lord Baal. The telepath smiled apologetically, taking a large sip of tea. I really don't know why I'm so upset. Yes, the situation is serious, but I'm not that tearful girl caught stealing anymore. You're planning on doing something too, aren't you? The girl's voice held a strange mixture of hope for a positive answer and dread of hearing one. Were they worried about me? The feeling was new and unusual, though certainly not unpleasant. Korone and Yuki, while expressing similar things, were more likely to be, concerned that their charge might do something that would kill him and harm those around him. But here, there was something entirely different at play. I promised Captain Sheridan a small miracle, I smiled, winking at the telepath. It would be cruel to deprive him of hope. But you will be careful, right? Of course, I nod. I think I've thought of everything that could possibly be thought of. Besides, Korone will be with me. A serious nod of the head came over the replicator network. She won't let me do anything too stupid. Thank you. Alice's smile was now more natural and sincere. I don't know how exactly, but my words clearly calmed her. I'll try not to pay attention to the thoughts and emotions of others. That's right, have an eclair, I say, handing the telepath one of the latest batch of culinary violence against high technology, perpetrated by the Nex with a sly smile. I guarantee you'll feel completely better before you finish it. Interlude plans. Plans are always characterized by the fact that, as soon as you begin to implement them, everything immediately goes according to a certain part of the female anatomy. This was, as they say, an unshakable constant of reality. But sometimes there were moments when plans simply could not be abandoned, as the cost of such failure was colossal and monstrous. And now Londo Mollari found himself in precisely such a situation. Only days remained until the arrival of the Vorlon planet killer, and the mad Emperor Cartagia still smoked the sky, filled with sick fantasies of his own exceptionalism and promised divinity. "How quickly will the poison work?" Londo said quietly, wrapped in a gray robe that concealed his figure and most of his face. "Almost instantly, sir," the young Centauri replied with a bow, glancing around warily. "If you use this special syringe, the poison is guaranteed to stop both your enemies' hearts, and then, when you pull the needle out, it seals the wound with an organic gel indistinguishable from body tissue under any scan. I assure you, no one will even suspect murder." The Centauri before him was a well-known specialist in certain circles, dealing in less than sanctioned matters. Poisons, drugs, stolen goods. If your desires extended to something forbidden, you could almost certainly get it from his hands, as long as you had the money. Londo himself had met him 3 times already, but each time he saw a different face and heard a different voice, although his manner and fine motor skills suggested he was the same sentient being. Mollari blamed his advanced camouflage system, allowing him to change his appearance, but, in the end, that didn't matter. "Excellent." Mollari nodded, pulling out a bag tightly stuffed with coins from under his robe. "It's a pleasure doing business with you, sir, as always." The Centaurian accepted the payment with a low bow and handed over a small case in return. With another quick glance around, Londo's companion quickly ducked into a nearby alleyway, disappearing into the shadows as if he'd never been there. Mollari took a couple of deep breaths, concentrating on the task at hand, and tucked the syringe case into one of his uniform pockets. Now he needed to return to the palace before the servants came to wake him. And then, leaving aside all the unpredictable details, he was almost proud of his plan. Emperor Cartagia, unlike his late predecessor Turhan, may the gods have mercy on him, often threw lavish parties that smoothly devolved into unbridled orgies right in the throne room, from where the crowned bastard would then retire with the girl he most admired, or sometimes two, to his bedroom for continued banquets. This was the most subtle part of his plan. Londo knew how to slip away from the celebration planned for that evening unnoticed, knew how to get through secret passages to a special niche located behind the wall of the imperial bedroom, knew where the door-opening mechanism was located, and even checked that it worked by going there while Cartagia was meeting with the ministers in the throne room, feigning frantic government activity. But, Great Maker, enlighten him. Mollari hadn't the slightest idea what he'd do if the amorous emperor decided to have a good time until the early hours. However, he still had the trusty blaster he'd brought with him from Babylon 5 in his pocket for that unlikely eventuality. But faking it as an accident simply wouldn't work. He'd long been mentally prepared, if necessary, to lay down his life to save his home planet. Ever since Adira had returned to him. Although, of course, living for her and with her was far more pleasant and desirable than dying for anything. He finally made it back to his rooms, literally a minute before a servant knocked on the door, asking if Mollari was up and what he wanted for breakfast. Muttering something neutral and standard, as he usually did, Londo sighed as he stowed his robe away in the closet, straightened his slightly crooked uniform, and, satisfied that he looked appropriate, sat down at the comm terminal. They'd bring it to him directly here tomorrow, but for now he could make a much-needed call. To Ver, and perhaps to Adira, although he had little idea yet how to tell her everything he had planned. "Computer," Mollari said, pressing a couple of keys. "Call Babylon 5, subscriber Veer Kato. Use my personal code in the embassy's secure line." "Londo?" Veer, blinking sleepily and staring at the screen on his side, responded puzzledly 10 seconds later. Did something happen?" "Veer, sorry, did I wake you?" "I can't remember which way the time difference between Babylon 5 and Centauri Prime is." "Nonsense," Kato sighed. I was just about to get up. In about 6 hours, the attaché muttered barely audibly. What happened? I just decided to call and see how things were going. Londo? Veer narrowed his eyes with obvious suspicion. I've known you too long to believe this nonsense. Okay. You figured me out, Veer. Mollari threw up his hands in irritation. Everything will be decided tonight. What everything? A Vorlon fleet is heading towards Centauri Prime. Yes, I heard, but... And I will do what must be done to save our world, Veer.
I started this mess, and I'll clean it up, as people say. You're going to? Godo's eyes widened, only now remembering and finally realizing what his boss meant. Exactly, Veer. I just wanted. I'm flying to you. If I leave right now, I'll be home in 2 days. You can postpone your plan until... No, Veer, don't even think about it. But Londo, don't even think about it, I said. I need you where you are, on Babylon 5. The station isn't the safest place, of course, especially now. But you need to be with Adira, because you're the only one I can rely on. Will you tell her that I might not come back? No, Londo said, his cheek twitching. If you don't hear from me in a couple of days, or if the news reports the destruction of Centauri Prime, then you'll tell her yourself. Just like if they impale my head on a stake in the palace's central park, I'll make sure you get the news. You're such a joy. Veer rubbed his face vigorously with his palms, dispelling the last of his drowsiness. I understand, Londo. I categorically don't like your plans, but I understand. I always knew I could rely on you, Veer. Having such a friend, Mollari smiled, is a rare pleasure these days. Be careful, Londo. You yourself always said that the Imperial Court is like a pit of poisonous snakes. One moment of distraction and you'll die of poison faster than you realize you've been bitten. How sweet of you to remember even my drunken ramblings, Londo laughed, waving his hand. I think I've thought of everything I could possibly think of, Veer, and I'll do everything I can to stay alive and well. In case you haven't noticed, I'm quite fond of my life, especially these last couple of months. But, he looked gloomily at his interlocutor, if something does go wrong, I've set up full access to the embassy account for you. As soon as things get tough, take Adira and get her as far away from Babylon 5 and any other systems where something hot is brewing. Promise? I'll do everything, Londo. As always, Veer nodded. But it would be much better if you succeeded. With a curt nod, Mollari cut the connection, leaning back in his chair. This brief yet crucial conversation had unexpectedly demanded a great deal of mental strength. However, he turned at the sound of the door opening. His breakfast had been delivered. A reliable remedy for such occasions had long existed. Gurgling and aromatic. Perhaps he should have remained extremely focused and clear-headed now. But the ambassador's body had become too accustomed to the alcoholic boost of the past couple of years, changing everything abruptly, and right now, it would only make matters worse. Besides, a couple of glasses at breakfast wouldn't get him drunk, and he would save the main celebration for later, for the glorious moment when the threat was finally averted from his home world. If it were. I was told to remind you, the servant who brought breakfast bowed respectfully, that His Majesty awaits you for a celebratory dinner this evening. The inner circle. It's such an honor. I remember, Londo said grumpily. Make sure the dress uniform is ready an hour before the event. Of course, sir, the servant bowed, turning away and leaving the ambassador alone with his breakfast. Literally everything will be decided tonight. Ivanova packed almost in a rush, even though the captain had promised she'd be there, in orbit around the Coriana 6. Something inside her urged her to hurry. However, it was hardly packing. All she had to do was appoint a bridge supervisor in her absence, hand over a couple of unfinished tasks, and then simply arrive at the White Star, where Lorien was already waiting, pacing the bridge with a mild expression of interest, examining everything around him. This included the Minbari crew, who reciprocated his feelings completely, with a bewilderment that broke through even the usual imperturbability of the priestly caste. I thought. Lorien tilted his head slightly to the side, somehow reminding Ivanova of Lord Baal at that moment. That you were planning to leave as soon as the captain sent you off. I had to hand over the affairs, Ivanova said, her cheek twitching. Besides, it's strange to see such impatience in such an ancient creature. Members of your species might consider someone like me immortal, he smiled, but not in the way you usually understand it. My kind can die, from illness or injury, but they can... So where are all the other Loriens? Ivanova chuckled, lowering herself into the captain's chair and gesturing for the crew to take off. They got sick and died. They were wounded and died. Everyone else died. I was the last one left, and I was the first. I must admit, Susan raised an eyebrow, that I am quite skeptical about such a statement. I hear the voice of reason in your words. Lorien approached the captain's chair and leaned his elbows on the railing surrounding it, intertwining his long, slender fingers. And what does your heart tell you? We're not talking, Ivanova muttered, demonstratively turning her head toward one of the displays to the side of her. Yes, I noticed that, the first replied with a hint of malice. But still? Okay, the commander sighed, trying to ignore the Minbari, who were clearly interested in the conversation. Let's say you were the first sentient being in the entire universe. Billions of years ago. Lorien chuckled softly, clearly hinting that it had happened much longer ago, but he nodded nonetheless. In that case, you'd have to invent fire, the wheel, make some breakthroughs in science and technology. All of that would take thousands of years, even without taking into account basic biological evolution. You're not going to say you accidentally invented the elixir of immortality, are you? There was no need for that, smiled the first. We were born immortal by nature. It's impossible. Everything dies. Yes, Lorien nodded. Now. But back then, at the beginning of time, everything was different. We even controlled the birth rate. Few of us were born, and each new member of our species was in its place. Then, he sighed, I think the universe decided that, in order to enjoy life, to allow for change and development, life must be short. And so the new generations began to age, just like all of you now, although those of us who appeared first remained. We began to meet other species, born in different corners of the galaxy, guiding them as we thought right, teaching them. That's how we met the Shadows and the Vorlons. Over time, most of the originals, as you now call them, died out or went beyond the boundaries of the galaxy, through the great darkness of the void. A few remained here, and even fewer sometimes returned from their wanderings. And Lord Baal? Susan couldn't resist asking. Lord Baal, the first sighed again. I don't know if he's one of the originals who decided to return, or if he really is a representative of an ancient civilization, from some unimaginable distance in the universe, who stumbled upon your galaxy by chance. He has much in common with the ancient races. Many things in which I sometimes see my younger self, the one I was thousands of years ago. But at the same time, in other ways, he seems as naive and ignorant as you. But I don't remember seeing anything like that here. What a flattering assessment, Ivanova muttered discontentedly, though she sensed that Lorien's words hadn't meant to offend or insult her in any way. The first simply stated a fact, from the vantage point of his own monstrous life experience. Foolishness and naivety fade quickly. Lorien smiled patiently. And with them, intelligent beings lose the ability to admire and be amazed by everything new. People like me, like the originals, we've lived too long, seen too much. To live like this, we've forgotten not only how to be amazed, but also how to rejoice, love, and truly be friends. What's the point, if all this is fleeting and transient? It will all turn to dust. Only those whose lives are short can truly believe that love is eternal. Hold on to this wonderful illusion for as long as you can, Commander Susan Ivanova. Now the first looked at her with extreme seriousness and attention, as if insistently demanding that she comprehend and accept his words, and then trying to see traces of understanding in the person's eyes. Perhaps this is the greatest gift you have all received from the universe. A gift inaccessible to us, those who came before. That's all wonderful, of course, Ivanova said after a long pause. But where should we go? With the help of the great machine on Epsilon 3, I found many of the primordials, but just as many planets looked empty and abandoned. We checked every place where we saw traces of them. I contacted everyone I found, but even 5 ancient races is already an excellent result. There are a few more. The first one looked at the woman. I haven't seen them in a long time. They might have already gone beyond the limit, but we need to make sure. Find and gather all the remaining ones. Okay, I get it. But where to? I'll show you. The first one looked directly into Ivanova's eyes with dimly glowing golden eyes, and she was surprised to feel information surface somewhere in the depths of her consciousness, like an old and long-forgotten memory. Several systems, some of which they had already flown through while searching for the primordials found by the Great Machine, and several entirely new ones, located far from all hyperspace routes. She was about to protest such an unceremonious intrusion into her consciousness, to express her hatred of telepaths of all kinds, but what Lorien had done was something else. Similar to telepathy, yes, but incomparably deeper and more precise. Somehow, she knew with absolute certainty that the alien hadn't tried to see or read anything, hadn't intruded on her thoughts or past, but had simply arranged for the necessary information to appear in her head. Yes, I understand. Susan nodded slowly, turning to one of the Minbari who had been patiently awaiting her command. Killshore, I'll enter the coordinates from the console. Once received, set the ship on course for the nearest system. I will, Commander, the Minbari bowed, and Ivanova, with a quick movement of her fingers, began to enter the data transmitted to her by Lorien. Well then, don't leave me in your mercy, Ilaris, Mollari whispered, casting a quick glance down the corridor, making sure no unexpected witness had appeared. Of course, Ilaris was the goddess of luck and the patroness of gamblers, but most of all, good luck at games, and what he was about to embark on could only be called a game by a complete lunatic. But Londo still hoped and trusted in divine favor. In such a serious undertaking, there couldn't be too much help, not with such a stake at stake. Taking a deep breath, Londo felt for the syringe case in his inside uniform pocket and the blaster in his side pocket. After confirming both were present, he carefully pressed on an inconspicuous section of the colorful mosaic on the corridor wall.
With a soft click, the pressed tile locked into place. And after a painfully long moment, with exactly the same click, an entire section of the wall smoothly slid back, revealing an old secret passage. Casting another glance down the corridor and listening to the muffled sounds of the continuing imperial celebration, Mollari stepped into the dusty, cobweb-covered passage. Judging by its appearance, it looked as if no one had been here since the time of Emperor Oleon himself. Fortunately, the door mechanism worked properly, which was confirmed when Mollari gently pushed the slightly open door and heard the familiar click of the tile sliding into place. "I hope it opens as easily from this side as from the outside," Londo whispered under his breath. The prospect of having to leave the dead Cartesia's bedroom did not seem like the most rosy picture to him. However, in case of dire need, he could always get out somewhere in the city. The tunnel system, one of whose entrances he used, led primarily to the deep catacombs beneath the palace, extending far beyond its walls. Yes, explaining what he needed to do in a back alley at night wouldn't be easy, but it would certainly be much easier than answering the same question about his bedroom. After standing for a few more seconds, waiting for his eyes to adjust to the near-total darkness, illuminated only by the dim eternal lamps, bulbs containing colonies of luminescent bacteria, on the walls, Mollari slowly walked forward, carefully running his hand along the wall to his left so as not to miss the right turn, even by accident. He needed to walk almost halfway up the floor where he'd entered the tunnels, turn left at the fifth turn, and after ascending one of the stairwells, find himself right next to the Emperor's chambers. There was some inaccuracy in this part of the blueprints. Some of the papers had simply rotted over the years, but he hoped he could find the right passage by the obvious sounds emanating from it. Moreover, there were occasional narrow viewing openings in the walls, clearly intended for covert observation, which might also help. Finally, having invoked each god 3 times in turn and sneezed 5 times from the amount of dust accumulated in the passages, Mollari reached the required level and froze, listening intently to a voice that sounded very close. The Emperor. Judging by his intonation, he'd had a fair amount of alcohol, and that made him even more cheerful and irritating. Accompanied by 2 other voices, both female, it seemed Cartagia had decided to take a proper rest this time. Carefully watching where he placed his feet so as not to betray his presence beyond the wall with even the slightest hint, Mollari moved forward, listening to his surroundings. It seemed the goddess Ilaris hadn't abandoned him after all, because 10 minutes later, the voices in the corridor turned right, exactly where the dead-end corridor Mollari had been walking down led. A quick glance through the viewing slit confirmed it was indeed the imperial bedchamber, with its repulsively enormous 4-poster bed, onto which Cartagia had fallen, dragging the cheerfully laughing Centauri women with him. And no, Londo wasn't jealous. He had Adira, and with luck, he'd return to her and then endure another lecture from Garibaldi about the neighbors' complaints about loud noises in that hotel. Ahem. But for now, he needed to focus on the main thing. No, but still, what a jerk. It seems like with every passing minute I'll have more and more reasons to want to kill this psycho, Londo muttered, listening to the goings-on in the bedroom. Cartagia was relaxing in style, and Mollari had no choice but to stand and listen to all those contented groans and exclamations, accompanied by the creaking of the bed and other sounds appropriate to the process taking place inside. And he had to listen for a long time. At one point, Londo even had to sit down on the dirty floor to rest his aching feet. Finally, almost 2 hours later, the merriment in the bedroom began to die down, and the final chord, Cartagia's resounding slap on the bottom of one of the girls, and a demand to leave him alone until morning, made Londo start. Hilarious was clearly favoring him today. Had the Emperor decided to leave his knight companions until morning, it would have been much more difficult to do so discreetly. Carefully removing the syringe case from his pocket and the poison syringe from its case, Londo prepared to act. If everything went as he had planned. What the hell, as Mr. Garibaldi would have put it. A tense Londo couldn't believe his ears. At first, the only sounds in the bedroom were the rustling of the girls donning clothes, accompanied by cheerful and contented twittering, and then, "What are you dawdling about, Salona? Have you been so impressed by our company that you can't bring yourself to leave us?" Cartagia exclaimed with a hint of displeasure. "Forgive me, Your Majesty. I just can't get the clasp to work. If you could help me fasten it the same way you did when we were so excitedly doing the opposite just recently." "Solon?" Londo frowned. A familiar name, though for the life of him he couldn't place it. So familiar. It seemed to have flashed through official correspondence. Among... Exactly. Solon Dagari, daughter of Minister Dagari, whom... A shocking realization flashed through Londo's mind like a supernova, but before he could process the new information he'd just received. What are you doing, Salona?" The Emperor's voice rang out, surprised and slightly frightened. "I'm doing what I have to, you bastard," the girl hissed with bone-chilling fury, and the next moment the sounds of a brief struggle, a wet crunch, and the sound of a body falling to the floor, accompanied by Cartagia's wheezing, echoed from the room. He needed to act, and act fast. The Emperor was quiet now, barely audible, wheezing and trying unsuccessfully to call for the guards, but he might recover sufficiently soon, and then Londo's entire plan would go up in smoke, literally. But Salona, how was she planning? Pressing his eye to the viewing slit, Mollari watched in shock as the girl, her face returning to a contented and carefree expression, completely at odds with the action she had just performed, busily tucked away somewhere in the folds of her light dress. The very same syringe Londo himself had been clutching. "Great Creator," Mollari whispered under his breath. His mind raced. If the girl had injected the Emperor with the same poison he was planning to administer, the issue of a madman on the throne was guaranteed to be resolved, and all he had to do was quietly return to his rooms, pretending he knew nothing and had seen nothing. But what if that wasn't the case? What if there was something else and Cartagia could be cured? He had to act decisively, but that meant exposing himself to Salona, who would most certainly react in the most inappropriate manner. Or, standing frozen in front of the door, the young Centauri clearly listened to the sounds coming from the corridor. But her friend had clearly already left, and the Emperor hadn't posted guards directly at the bedroom door, not wanting them eavesdropping on what was going on inside. Besides, there was practically no point in doing so. The room could only be entered from either end of a single corridor, at each end of which guards stood, vigilantly checking everyone passing by. They were heading toward the bedroom, but certainly not away from it. Satisfied that all was quiet and no one had heard the Emperor's cry, still lying on the carpet, Salona adjusted her dress, smiled dreamily, masterfully playing the role of a contented court favorite, and stepped lightly into the corridor, closing the door behind her. Act. Act with certainty. Waiting until he could no longer hear footsteps outside, Mollari felt the small ledge marking the hidden doorway and pressed on it, opening the door slightly. Londo. The Centauri nearly jumped at the barely audible groan of what he thought was a dead man. staring intently at Cartagia. Help. Call a healer. Tell everyone that Solon, she. Of course, Your Majesty. Let me help you. Londo leaned toward Cartagia. The poison Salona administered was clearly more prolonged. Either she had been deceived or, in short, it was impossible to leave things to chance. A sharp movement, a single thrust straight into the chest, between two hearts. The madman let out a surprised sob, clutching Mollari's uniform with a weakening grip. And then, literally 5 seconds later, as Mollari pulled out the long needle and pulled back the hand holding the syringe, Cartagia jerked convulsively, arching almost into an arc, groaned softly, and froze on the floor, staring fixedly at the ceiling. He's definitely dead now, I hope, Mollari whispered, staring intently at the body on the floor, not noticing any signs of life. Taking a final glance around the room, ensuring he had left no trace of his presence in the short time since, Londo disentangled the dead emperor's convulsively clenched fingers, straightened his uniform, and smoothly stepped back into the secret passage, carefully and quietly closing the door behind him. He needed to return to his chambers quickly. Before the emperor was found, before they began to shake the entire palace. And in the morning, it would be time for the second act of the play. Londo's morning began with a vile and irritating headache, pounding his temples as if he'd been drinking non-stop for a week. But he simply didn't have a moment to indulge in any weakness. He'd just finished breakfast when the palace's chief steward burst into his room, his typically unpleasant, high-pitched voice announcing that he was urgently expected in the throne room, and that a terrible disaster had occurred. There was nothing left to do but assume a befitting expression of cosmic concern and, casting aside thoughts of the unfinished omelet, practically run after the anxious Centauri, throwing on his uniform as he went. A single thought swirled through Londo's mind as he hurried. Had everything worked out? And would it be possible that a rather disgruntled Emperor Cartagia would be waiting for him in the throne room with a company of guards, ready for an exemplary execution? Finally, Mollari! Minister Baal greeted him at the door, meaningfully squeezing his elbow with his fingers and pulling him along. This is simply an unthinkable tragedy. Minister Baal? What? I don't understand, Londo muttered. The hall was crowded. It seemed many of the courtiers who had attended the feast hosted by Cartagia the previous day had gathered there. Londo definitely saw familiar faces, but there were others as well. Representatives of influential houses in the Republic, officials the emperor had summoned that morning for work. They all looked pale and worried. The emperor, His Majesty, he... What happened? Minister Baal, tell me straight. Emperor Cartagia was found early this morning in his bedroom. Dead. Dead, Londo. What a horror. How could this have happened? Mollari threw up his hands. Nobody knows. The investigation is still ongoing, but the doctor who examined his body said that both of His Majesty's hearts had failed. But at such an age, unthinkable. I saw him leaving yesterday's feast with 2 young ladies. Londo frowned. Could it be that? All guests were triple-checked, a guard standing nearby said grimly, eavesdropping on the conversation. Palace security found nothing suspicious. We found both girls the Emperor was with, and checked them with telepathy. They spent time with His Majesty, but when they left, he was clearly alive. Mollari feigned deep thought, mentally applauding Salona Dagari with delight. Not a mistake or a deception. A choice. She'd deliberately chosen a poison that wouldn't kill Cartagia instantly, assuming they'd be tested. And she'd actually seen that the Emperor was alive when she left. And in the rush, they might not have asked more.
A risk, certainly, but a carefully calculated and wise one. His Majesty, Londo drawled, choosing his words carefully, has been quite concerned lately about the political situation surrounding the Centauri Republic. I've seen him worried and tense more than once. Is it possible that his heart simply couldn't handle the strain of recent days? Rumors about the Vorlon Empire fleet. News from our colonies. Was that active evening with the young women simply the last straw? The court physician's conclusions don't contradict this version, Baal nodded. The situation is undoubtedly quite tragic. Does the court know? Mollari asked about the important matter. Only the closest dignitaries, the minister nodded, gesturing to those present. And the guard, of course. We must act. The state cannot remain without a ruler for long. Cartagia has no heirs, at least none that are known. And the dynasty's genealogy is quite convoluted and complex. Our enemies will take full advantage of the situation if we hesitate. And what do you propose, Minister? I nominate Londo Mollari for Prime Minister, Baal said sharply, turning to his courtiers. The matter still needs to be discussed with the cabinet, but I can't imagine anyone else who could handle the threat looming over us in the current situation. Will you support such a decision? The guard will support the appointment, the guard said quietly.
The imperial court, too, those present said in a discordant chorus, bowing their heads. In that case, Baal nodded with satisfaction, knowing that the cabinet, the most significant part of which had been involved in the recent dynasty change plot, would certainly vote for the ambassador's reappointment. The formalities can be settled later, but for now. Go ahead, Prime Minister Mollari. Londo could only nod gravely. His headache had noticeably worsened, but at the same time, he felt a strange satisfaction and anticipation. The problems around him hadn't diminished, but at least he now had more ways to solve them. And he wouldn't fail to take advantage of them. Chapter 96. Interlude of Miracles. Miracles do happen sometimes, but it takes a lot of work. Chaim Weidsman. Londo slapped his palms on the armrests. Mr. Morden, I must admit, you look much better now than when we first met. Londo Mollari sat on the throne. Londo Mollari smiled contentedly. Technically, he had no reason or right to do either, especially since the Vorlon fleet was still en route to his homeworld, and the position of Prime Minister, in theory, didn't entail the right to assume the Emperor's seat, though it effectively meant fulfilling his duties until an heir was chosen. But he felt good. Even despite the excruciating fatigue and the enormous mountain of bureaucracy he'd been forced to sift through for the past 19 hours non-stop, while simultaneously organizing everything that needed to be organized to save Centauri Prime. Quite, Morden grumbled, trying with annoyance and clearly not for the first time to free himself from the hands of the two guards holding him. What are you doing, Mollari? You must remember. Londo rose to his feet and stepped closer, leaning confidentially toward the man. That several Vorlon ships are still en route here to Centauri Prime, accompanied by one of their so-called planet killers.
If my calculations are correct, they have just under 2 days left. But that's not the most interesting part. Mollari tapped his finger thoughtfully to his lips, nodded, and continued. They would have been here much faster. But along the way, they are destroying every planet, station, and colony that is in any way connected to your employers. And then I remembered. The late Emperor Cartagia gave them an entire island. Zilani, right? Well, Mr. Morden, The smile suddenly and completely disappeared from the Centauri's face, and he looked intently at the shadow messenger. Since it so happened that Cartagia died tragically, and I was appointed Prime Minister, I order you to remove these ships from the territory of the Centauri Republic. Immediately. On your planet, Morden practically spat. There are over 3 billion Centauri. The Vorlons would never destroy a world with that many civilians. The ships will remain. Morden tried to put on his usual saccharine, polite smile, but Londo could tell he was afraid, perhaps for the first time in his years of serving the shadows. But Morden was afraid. And it warmed the Centauri's soul far more reliably than the strongest wine from the imperial cellars. Especially in light of what he'd learned just this morning. Adira, the head of His Imperial Majesty's Secret Service, who had come to his chambers bearing a thin but densely packed folder, had revealed many interesting things. About how Cartagia was well aware of their confrontation with Refa. About the threat of poisoning practically thrown in the latter's face on Babylon 5. And how it was Londo who ultimately poisoned Refa. Mollari had no worries on this front. Poisons and assassins were deeply ingrained traditions in their society, viewed as a perfectly legitimate way to settle scores or advance one's career. The main thing was not to be caught, so the Emperor could only shake his head disapprovingly, feigning complete ignorance, but preemptively approving of such a masterfully executed poisoning. Yes, but here's what else was in that folder. At the very end. After reading the collected information to the end, Londo sat for almost half an hour, staring straight ahead, not even reacting to the administrator who came to inform him of the orders being carried out. And then, for a long time, he spent passionately destroying the furnishings of his own office. It was Morden, not Refa, as Londo initially believed, who was behind the failed assassination attempt on Adira, thanks to Veer's vigilance. It was Morden who believed that his beloved would interfere with Londo's molding into the puppet the shadows needed. And, despite the fact that Refa was in any case a rival and a dangerous political opponent, and worth killing, it was Morden who would be held accountable for everything that had happened. Are you afraid? Mollari raised an eyebrow. How unexpected. You, a devoted servant and emissary of mighty shadows. Are you afraid? However, Londo smiled contentedly, returning to the throne. What's more interesting is that they are afraid too. Otherwise, they wouldn't hide their ships on alien worlds like rats under the floorboards of an old house. Speaking of your allies, Mollari raised a finger. Please remain still, for this conversation must remain private, mustn't it, Mr. Morden? A question of what crossed Morden's face, and he glanced around in confusion as the guards holding him took a smooth step back, parting ways. The next moment, 2 more Centauri emerged from behind the Imperial throne, holding plasma rifles in their hands, raised their weapons, and fired an aimed burst at the man's sides. A sharp but quickly subsided shrill screech pierced the throne room, causing Morden to cringe as if in intense pain and close his eyes. The silhouettes of 2 shadow infantrymen, who always accompanied their traveling salesman, appeared for a moment out of thin air, and the next second, all was silent. Even the ancient shadows were no match for a point-blank plasma burst. You're crazy, Morden squeezed out, completely without a smile, once again grabbed by the arms by the guards. Perhaps we should capture this scene for future generations, don't you think? Londo asked with a hint of malice, his lips stretching into a smile. But his eyes were not smiling at all. Abnormal? On any other day, I would argue with you. But today is a very special day. Special for you first and foremost. For the last time I tell you, get those ships off the planet. No, you think just because you managed to kill my companions, you can get rid of the ships the same way? You won't intimidate me, Mollari. Just get close, try to attack. You'll lose. Oh yes, in the air, in space. Your employer's ships look quite impressive. But now they're on the ground. Even on land, they'll detect any approaching ship from many kilometers away. So how do you plan to solve this problem, Mollari? Blow up the entire island? A cruel, almost maniacal smile crept across Londo's face. You're a smart man, Mr. Morden, Mollari nodded. And since you mention it, to Morden's horrified cry, which jerked forward in the guard's hands, Londo pulled a small black remote control from his pocket, linked to the control device for the strategic thermonuclear weapon, and, looking directly into his companion's eyes, pressed the detonation button. Even here, many kilometers from Zelini, everyone present felt the floor beneath their feet shake and heard the soft clinking of a pair of glasses left on a table in the corner of the throne room. The thermonuclear devices planted on the island were literally capable of creating a branch of the underworld. No, Morden squeezed out, devastated.
Most of the population was evacuated from Silene last night, Mollari said quietly, putting the remote back in his pocket. Only a few families remain in the immediate vicinity of the ships to create the illusion of our presence. They knew what they were getting into, but the Centauri government has taken on full board and care for their relatives for the rest of their lives, so. The Centauri spread his hands. I had hoped for your prudence, Mr. Morden. The deaths of my compatriots will weigh heavily on my soul until the very end. And in the next world, they will serve as another drop in the jug of my sins. But since your common sense chose to remain silent, Morden turned his completely bewildered gaze to Londo, clearly trying to say something, but his strength seemed to have left him. The mental scream of almost 50 ships, the death of the escorts, the general gravity of the situation. All of this hit the man, changed by the shadows, like a sledgehammer. And now, let's return to your personal accomplishments, Mollari continued after a short pause, waiting for at least a partial glimmer of clarity to appear on his interlocutor's face. I am quite kind and forgiving, Mr. Morden. Anyone with common sense who knows me well enough will easily confirm this. But even Ambassador Jakar, a pain in the ass as he is, as are all the Narns. Londo looked intently at the tense Morden. Doesn't make me want to cast off the shackles of civilization as much as you do. I don't understand. The former shadow messenger shook his head. Does this name, Adira Tiri, sound familiar to you, Mr. Morden? Ah, Adira? Morden swallowed. Adira. Londo nodded good-naturedly, with exaggerated affection. Who was almost poisoned on the way from Centauri to Babylon 5. You say you know nothing about that? I heard that Lord Reef is dead, Mollari cut him off. But, it was him. Morden tried to feign confidence. I admit, I knew about his intentions towards you and towards the woman you care about, Mollari. But it was all his own initiative. How convenient to blame everything on the dead man, Londo shook his head. But Mr. Morden, that won't work in your case. Emperor Cartagia has taken a personal interest in my feud with Rafa, and has ordered an investigation into its causes. Unfortunately for you, the Centauri pulled several folded sheets of paper containing the report from his pocket. The Emperor's Secret Service operates very efficiently and effectively. I don't understand what you... Morden tried again. I know perfectly well who gave the order to kill Adira. I know perfectly well who sold the poison they tried to slip into her drink during the flight to Babylon 5 to the perpetrator. And I certainly see perfectly well, Mr. Morden. Mollari smiled grimly. The expression on your face. Take you away, he waved to the guards. To a cell. And tell the court executioner that he will soon have work to do. I can accept and understand a great deal, Mr. Morden. Some I can even forgive. But I will never forgive anyone for threatening my loved ones. You've made a mistake, Londo. Morden began to struggle angrily as the guards began to lead him away. Even if my employers lose this war, it won't end there. There will be those who will make sure that Centauri, and you personally, answer for everything that happened today. Shut him up, Mollari waved his hand weakly, turning away. I sincerely feel sorry for the jailer who will have to listen to all this. However, it won't last long. Veer, your anxiety is making this room truly uninhabitable, Adira sighed, glancing sideways at Mollari's assistant. Londo knows what he's doing. If he said he could handle it himself, then he can handle it himself. Veer glanced anxiously at the terminal display, which was showing a feed from one of the publicly accessible cameras on the Babylon's hall. Usually this allowed those who, for whatever reason, had difficulty reaching the observatory bay to admire the beauty of the surrounding space. But now Kodo was using the opportunity to monitor the movements of League ships around the station. Ships that were becoming fewer and fewer with each passing hour. It seemed Captain Sheridan was finally putting his plan, whatever it was, into action. This was both good because it meant everything would soon be resolved, and very bad because this everything could resolve itself in a completely unpredictable way. Lady Adira, how can I not be concerned about the current situation? The Centauri threw up his hands. It's a complete mess at home. It's a complete mess on Babylon 5. And as for the galaxy, he waved his hand in resignation. Let me make us some tea, the Centauri sighed. People say it's calming. Okay. Oh. I have to do this, Kodo said, suddenly realizing. Nonsense. Stay put. I'll take care of everything, the girl glared at him, forcing him to nod resignedly and sit back down in his chair. With each passing hour, he felt increasingly out of place. No, the need to be nearby and keep an eye on Adira didn't bother him in the least. The Centauri was a pleasant girl, completely unlike the former official wives of Mollari who had visited the station. But the realization that perhaps right now, Londo could be captured and executed for conspiring against the Emperor. Yes, this image, floating in Veer's mind, troubled him far more than anything else. Well, except perhaps the not-so-illusory possibility of finding himself in the middle of a space battle if the terrifying shadows decided to attack Babylon 5 while Sheridan had withdrawn most of the fleet covering the station. Somewhere. The incoming call message that suddenly appeared on the screen, replacing the camera feed, made Veer wince. It took him almost 5 seconds to realize the call was coming from Centauri Prime, and another 10 to decide whether to accept it. He seriously feared seeing the Emperor's mocking face there, showing him Londo's head on a pike. Brr. And the thought that Cartagia personally would never call some attaché on distant Babylon 5 didn't help him much. Ver, are you asleep or something? How long do you have to wait for an answer? A familiar, grumpy voice made the Centauri sigh with relief, slumping in his chair. London, are you alive? Of course I'm alive. What nonsense, Ver. Mollari snorted. Only now did Kodo notice that his boss was clearly sitting in the throne room. And judging by the angle, the connection was coming from the Emperor's personal terminal, located somewhere near the throne. But that meant that... Did everything work out for you? I regret to inform you, Ver, Londo said with a sly smile, that Emperor Cartagia has tragically passed away in his own bedroom. The investigation is still ongoing, but by all indications it was a death from natural causes. As natural as it can be for both hearts to stop beating. After a wild night at his age. But that's not why I'm calling. How is Adira? It's all right, Londo. Ver sighed again with relief and nodded. It was more like she was looking out for me than the other way around. Oh yes, Mollari chuckled. I recognize Adira. Well, that's good, Ver. Very good. What about the Vorlon ships? And the shadows? Are they still a threat to Centauri Prime? Oh, that's exactly what I was calling about. I think you'll appreciate the new appointment of our mutual friend, Mr. Morden. Now, just wait a minute. The image on the screen flickered and shifted. Mollari had clearly switched to a portable communications terminal, heading off to the side. A few seconds later, Ver realized his superior had entered the palace park, which was where one of the doors in the throne room led. Emperor Turhan loved to spend time there, and had ordered the rebuilding of that part of the palace so he could enjoy the fresh air and quiet of one of the pavilions at any time. And a few seconds later, the same gazebo appeared in the frame, with 2 guards standing at attention at the entrance, and inside the gazebo. At first, Veer even flinched, completely unsure of seeing that head on a pike he'd been thinking about just a moment ago. But then, on closer inspection, it was Morden's head, a head with a permanently frozen expression of horror on its face. That's Morden? Did you say something, Veer? Mollari appeared in the frame. Yes, that's Mr. Morden. And he got what he deserved for his actions. I assure you he didn't get off easy and... Prime Minister Mollari, a voice called from off-camera. New data from the reconnaissance ships. Oh, wait a minute, Veer, I'll be right back. The image on the screen froze. Londo had clearly placed the device on the parapet surrounding the gazebo, turning the camera toward Morden's head. He himself had walked off camera, muttering softly to himself as he read the report the unknown man had brought. Veer merely sighed, looking at the man he had once so terrified. What had he said then? To live to see the day when his head was torn off, so he could look into his eyes and wave goodbye? Some wishes, it seemed, do come true. Glancing around quickly to make sure Adira hadn't yet returned from the next room, Kodo grinned maliciously and waved his fingers directly at the camera. Wee-ee-ee-ee? Mollari appeared in the frame, puzzled. What just happened? Ah, Londo. Right. The portable communications terminal had 2 displays. How could he forget? What else don't I know about my attaché, Londo squinted, but Veer could tell Mollari was wildly pleased with his antics. Nothing like that. And anyway, Londo, what's in the report? Ah, the Vorlon ships have 17 hours left to reach the planet. Mollari sighed. Looks like they've accelerated. But everything's under control, Veer. Morden's dead. The ships are destroyed. Now all that remains is to send a message to the Vorlon Empire that we've destroyed everything the shadows touched, that the planet is no longer theirs. London. And then they will turn back. London. I'll send them the recording from the throne room where I spoke with Morden, and the footage from the reconnaissance drones over Tselini when the island exploded. London. What's wrong? What? Mollari threw up his hands and looked straight into the camera. You haven't destroyed everything. There's still something that the shadows touched and influenced. What? Londo frowned. You, Kodo sighed. Me? But they won't. Because of one Centauri? No, that can't. I heard they destroyed a planet simply because the shadow ships had taken refuge in one of its mountain valleys. Do you understand? They didn't even ask the planet's owners. The Vorlons destroyed everything, without even looking into it. But how? If you contact them from Centauri Prime, the Vorlons will never stop, because you'll literally be telling them you're on the planet. So, Mollari dismissed the guards with a sharp gesture, taking the communication device in his hands and sitting down on one of the benches. Judging by the expression on your face, you have some kind of idea? You must leave the planet immediately, Veer nodded gravely. Return here to Babylon. You can inform the Vorlons of the ship's destruction from the liner. It's unlikely they'll decide to attack the station, so... Veer, Londo shook his head. Your plan would be excellent if I didn't absolutely need to be home. If I disappear now, immediately after the Emperor's death... Yes, he nodded. The Vorlons might spare the planet. But a civil war due to anarchy won't. By the time the cabinet sorts out the succession, all those throne-hungry bastards will tear our house apart. No, Ver. I must stay. But how? I'll have someone else send a message to the Vorlons. Mollari rubbed his chin. I don't think they even know I'm here on this planet right now. And then, I'll pray to the gods that common sense prevails over their thirst to destroy their enemies at any cost. Who's that, Ver? I heard a familiar voice. Is that Londo? Adira returned with a tray, peering over Kodo's shoulder. Oh, Londo, I'm so glad to see you. I think I'll go take care of embassy business, yeah. Right. The attaché quickly jumped up, making room in front of the terminal. They discussed everything urgent and important. He'd learned the main thing. And then... Londo was right. They could only hope for the help of the gods and miracles. The best he could do now was wait. And do his job. Yes. Kodo, nodding to himself, hurried into the next room, leaving the lovers alone as much as the long-distance connection allowed. Captain Sheridan leaned back wearily in his chair. There was no turning back now. The intense battle at the Vorlon observation station, destroyed by a swift strike from the White Stars, was behind him. And ahead lay Coriana 6. If, of course, the shadows truly fell for Ericsson's bait and arrived in the system. But other than turning back, the captain had little choice. The Vorlon fleet was still en route to Coriana 6, meaning they were obliged to defend the planet one way or another. Scan results, Mr. Lenier. The man turned to the Minbari. We did a clean job, Attaché Delaine replied after a brief pause. As clean as that's even possible under the current circumstances. The observation station is 83% destroyed. We never set out to erase it from the system entirely. John waved his hand. The main thing has been achieved. They won't be able to track our movements in the collection sector. Exactly, Captain, Lanier nodded. The White Star's scanners didn't detect any foreign vessels in the station's system, and there were no unwanted witnesses. Excellent. In that case, lead the ship to the meeting point. And in the meantime, you should rest. Delenn, sitting in the chair next to the captain's, looked at him sternly. You need a clear head before the main battle. Yes, the captain sighed. And I'll rest. Go, I'll keep an eye on everything, the woman nodded. Rising from his chair, Sheridan glanced around the bridge and, convinced that his presence really wasn't all that necessary right now, went to one of the crew quarters. A standard room, the kind he and Delenn had already rested in on his very first voyage. She also played him rain sounds, right? What did she say? John frowned, carefully settling himself onto the sloping bed used by the Minbari. I think, Nachas Dewina, the captain said uncertainly, from memory. A melodic sound echoed from somewhere in the ceiling, confirming the command. And the next moment, just like then, the soothing sound of raindrops hitting the roof filled the room. A distant, barely audible rumble of thunder sounded, and for a moment Sheridan even thought he smelled the damp earth and ozone in the air, as he always did during thunderstorms on Earth. How he missed this. When this was all over, and if they survived, he would definitely return home, taking Delenn with him. And he would show her everything he'd told her about. For now, he preferred not to think about the fact that things weren't all that rosy on Earth either. Even though he'd intended to rest, and the Coriana 6 system was still 5 hours away, his mind still raced, processing everything he'd already accomplished, and figuring out everything he still had to do. The number of ships he'd assembled, the plans for their deployment in the system, the mining of the asteroid belt as a gift for the guests. Would Ivanova and Lorien catch up with the main fleet in time? Would the first manage to find all the primordials as he'd promised and convince them to help in the battle? Would this help even be effective? Would he be able to convey to both the Vorlons and the Shadows the full extent of their wrongness? Thus, in his unsuccessful attempts to doze, he lay there for the entire 5-hour flight. No, the rest did provide a small boost of energy, but not quite what Delenn had hoped for. Noticing the Minbari woman enter the room, pause, lean her shoulder against the doorway and listen with a smile to the sounds of rest, John sighed and swung his legs off the bunk and onto the floor. You remembered. Delenn came closer. Yes, he nodded. I just don't know how to turn it off. Kachak, the woman said quietly, and the sounds of the rain gradually faded. We're almost there. 5 minutes to the meeting point. Okay, the man straightened his jacket. Let's go. The sight he saw as soon as he stepped onto the bridge was astounding. Until that moment, preoccupied with all the organizational matters, he hadn't even considered how many ships they'd actually managed to assemble. And they weren't all converging on one place at once, using Babylon 5 merely as a coordination base or for resupply. But now, it's incredible, he breathed. I never thought we'd gathered so many of them. Thousands of ships. Nearly 30 races standing shoulder to shoulder for a common goal for the first time in history. You should be proud. Delenn stood next to him. If it weren't for your efforts, none of this would have happened. This is from the one who literally wouldn't let the League ambassadors leave meetings until they agreed to everything they wanted from them. John chuckled. Well, there's no point in shirking, the Minbari woman said slowly, almost syllable by syllable, smiling broadly. Is that how you humans express yourself, I think? Something like that, yes, the captain laughed. Delen's love of studying Earth culture and occasionally slipping idioms and catchphrases into her speech never failed to intrigue him. In any case, we've assembled a vast armada. From now on, it's all a matter of luck. Whether we win or lose, we'll fight for our freedom. I'm receiving readiness reports from the ship's captain, Lanier reported. The only one missing is the White Star with Commander Ivanova, but their last message was from a fairly distant system. They should catch up with us near the Coriana 6. Excellent. Step on the gas, Mr. Lanier. Take us to the very heart of hell. We have to deliver it to hell, the Minbari responded, as calmly as ever, transmitting the command, and the fleet began to move. Fortunately, they made it in time. All was quiet at Coriana 6 for now, and the only commotion was the 3 White Stars sent ahead of the fleet to mine the area, and the Calvados, which, after a brief argument with Prendick, Sheridan had finally dispatched to the planet to monitor the situation. Under the captain's watchful eye, the ships emerged one after another from the open craters of the jump zones, taking up prearranged positions around the planet. Once the Vorlon fleet reached the system, there would be no time for this, so they had to hurry. Not bad, Sheridan repeated once again. Captain, Lita Alexander asked, entering the bridge. Not bad, I said, John repeated, nodding to the telepath. We won't win, of course, but it's still not bad. You mean we can't win? The woman blinked in surprise, shifting her puzzled gaze from the captain to Delen and back again. However, the Minbari woman herself was also looking at Sheridan with considerable surprise. John? Defeat the Vorlons and the Shadows at once, in direct combat. He raised an eyebrow. That would have required 10 times as many ships. Or a couple of Lord Baal's battleships, he added involuntarily to himself. Then what are we doing here? Yes, John, what's the plan? The Minbari nodded. I was thinking. We hope to discover the truth, the captain chuckled, sinking into the captain's chair. And that it will free us before it destroys us. At least, that's what Lorien said. Captain, Marcus reports that the mine laying is complete. The mines are located in the asteroid field. With luck, they won't be detected. Shakar swore it would be so, the captain sighed. Thank you, Mr. Lanier. Transfer the detonation controls to my control panel. Made. Well, gentlemen, now all we can do is wait. Miss Alexander, are you ready? I think so, the telepath nodded. Try to detect their presence. You've already detected the Shadows. And they were even more closely connected with the Vorlons. That's to our advantage. I'll try, Captain. Alexander moved to the window, and Sheridan again had nothing to do but wait. Now he had once again done everything he could, and the rest depended only on whether he had actually done everything, or whether he had overlooked something, and now they would have to live with the consequences. Ivanova, to White Star 2, do you copy? A voice came from the speakers. Susan, the captain smiled, opening the communication channel. You made it. Did you think I'd miss such a feast? We're coming out of hyperspace. Lorien is planning to transfer to your ship. Excellent. I'll send a shuttle for him. And there's news, the woman added. I'll send you the scan results. In short, the Vorlon fleet is almost here. And the Shadows? Captain, Lita answered instead of Ivanova. They're already here. It's begun. Ivanova, send Lorien on your shuttle and... No need, Captain, Lorien himself replied, materializing in a flash of light right on the bridge. "I'm already here. Captain, Lorien is—" "I know, Ivanova. He's here. Take up position and wait. Eat." The woman disconnected, and John looked questioningly at the first. He bowed his head solemnly, confirming that all previous agreements remained in force, and that he and Ivanova had done everything they could to gather the primordials. One problem less. And the next moment, the Vorlons appeared. Dozens of hyperspace vortices opened in space, releasing familiar ships of the ancient race from degenerate space. Heavy fighters, support ships, heavy cruisers, and the most terrifying of all, an enormous planet-killer disk, a majestic figure emerging from the largest vortex. Then came the shadows. Hundreds of ships literally seeped into normal space, dispersing around the combined fleet of the younger races, yet seemingly ignoring their presence. And a dark, impenetrable black cloud followed the fleet, blocking the light of the surrounding stars. The planet killer of shadows was here too, and both sides seemed completely unaware of the presence of the League ships nearby. Sheridan frowned. The fact that neither the Shadows nor the Vorlons were rushing to destroy the Coriana 6 was certainly good news, but it wasn't quite what he needed. Casting a quick glance at the first, who had become focused and serious, the captain placed his finger on the controls in the captain's chair. "It's impolite," he said quietly, "to ignore the hosts who have invited you to a party. Good morning, gentlemen. Time to wake up." After consulting the mine layout plan, Sheridan entered the appropriate command numbers and pressed the detonation button. A series of brilliant flashes of nuclear fire illuminated the space around the planet, scattering some of the ships on both sides. Wincing at the telepathic screams of the destroyed shadow ships that reverberated through space, the captain detonated several more mines. And more. With each press of the button, the grimace on his face grew more and more furious, until finally he exhaled, relaxing his grip on the other armrest. A successful detonation, Lanier immediately began reporting. 22 shadow ships and 15 Vorlon ships destroyed. Medium and small class. One of the heavy cruisers was damaged. The planet killer was unaffected. "I didn't expect that," John said sullenly. "Lita, can you hear anything?" "Yes. They chickened out?" The telepath turned to the captain, her face filled with absolute shock. "I sense palpable fear, on both sides, and anger. They... For too long they've considered themselves in charge." Lorien shook his head sympathetically. "Be prepared, Captain. You've got their attention, but stubbornness still rules the roost in their minds." "Captain!" Lanier exclaimed immediately. "The planet killer is turning toward the planet. I'm detecting energy buildup for a salvo." "Damn it. Give me some airtime." Delenn touched her control panel, nodding after a moment. He could speak. "This is Captain John Sheridan calling the Vorlon fleet. Coriana 6 is an underdeveloped planet. The Shadows forced the population to provide them with a base. The inhabitants didn't even have a parity of a choice. If you fire, you'll destroy an entire planet with 6 billion innocent people." "They're not responding, Captain," sighed Lanier, who was monitoring the broadcast with Delenn. "Either they can't hear, or they're not." "You asked for a small miracle, Captain Sheridan?" A voice, as usual slightly mocking and teeth-grittingly familiar, came over the speakers. "Will that be enough?" "John, look." Shifting his gaze to one of the screens in response to Delenn's call, Sheridan froze in shock, unable to believe what he was seeing. Dozens of bluish clouds of energy flared brightly around the Coriana 6, then immediately faded, synchronously, encircling the planet on all sides and arranged in a clear geometric pattern at equal distances from one another. And from each emerged an easily recognizable golden pyramid ship of Baal. From each, a bright white beam struck the planet, illuminating its entire surface, and the next moment, the captain jumped up from his seat, literally pressing his face against the observation window, disbelieving what he saw on the terminal screen. Space was illuminated by a bright white flash, and the Coriana 6 simply vanished, as if it had never existed. Even Lorien, John noticed out of the corner of his eye, frowned in confusion, leaning forward, clearly trying to comprehend what had happened. He wasn't alone, however. It seemed to Sheridan that space, already silent and empty, was now enveloped in a perfect, impossible, and unimaginable silence. The Vorlon ships, which had begun to move, froze around the planet killer, and the Cyclopean weapon itself stopped accumulating its charge for attack. So this is what that scene looked like in the classic? Came from Ivanova over the still-on line. "Mr. Lanier," the captain said cautiously. "There's no planet," the Minbari replied. "Not the slightest trace. The scanners don't detect a single particle or debris, a void of nothingness, as if nothing had ever been there. There are some strange energy signatures, but I can't identify them. And, yes, there's something else there." "Mr. Lanier," John repeated. 40 signatures. Shadow ships, Captain. Assuming that... Lanier shook his head, as if unable to believe it, but then continued. "Yes, these are the shadow ships that were on the planet's surface, now drifting through space in Coriana 6's previous orbit, maintaining the same speed around the star. And they are located at the exact same coordinates they had." "What the hell?" "You asked for a small miracle, Captain," came the voice of Lord Baal, appearing right in the middle of the bridge from a beam of light shining from the ceiling. "I have given you a small miracle. The Coriana 6, along with its entire population, safe while your problems with our aggressive neighbors are resolved." The Goa'uld waved his hand toward the still-frozen Shadow and Vorlon ships. "For all the breadth of my views and for all my reluctance to interfere in the politics of local populations in any given galaxy, my government still categorically disapproves of genocide of civilians on such a scale." But, fight, Captain Sheridan." Baal looked at the man carefully. "Nothing will stop you now. When necessary, I will return the planet to its rightful place." The Goa'uld ambassador vanished in another flash of light, accompanied by a soft grinding sound, and some distance away from the frozen ships, the hull of the Emperor's Will appeared out of nowhere. Lord Baal seemed to have decided to take a front-row seat and enjoy the spectacle. And, somehow, Sheridan had no doubt that's exactly how he would have answered if someone had asked him directly. "An elegant solution," Lorien said quietly, bringing the matter to a close. "Now it's your turn, Captain. Everything stands frozen in a precarious balance of inaction, and only your decisions and actions will determine how this ends." "If only they wanted to listen." "We don't need to listen to you," came the strangely distorted voice of Leda Alexander, frozen by one of the windows. The telepath turned to the man, and he was surprised to see the woman's brightly shining eyes staring at him. The stranger's actions changed nothing. One planet more. One less. He can't protect them all. But even if that turns out to be wrong, the situation won't change for you. You will answer for your actions. Sheridan, taking a step back, suddenly felt as if he were being squeezed from all sides, surrounded by a painfully tingling cocoon of energy, preventing him from moving a single finger, turning his head, or even breathing. With his fading consciousness, he heard Delen's terrified, "John!" and then fell into darkness. "And they left you to us." Leda's eyes were filled with impenetrable darkness, and Delen, who had barely managed to take a step toward the captain, found herself in exactly the same position, an immobile statue in a cocoon of energy. "Don't interfere," the first stopped Lanier, who was about to step forward with a commanding gesture. This is exactly what he was hoping to provoke them into. Direct contact. This is the only chance to resolve and fix things. But, what happened to them? They're not here now. In body, yes, but not in mind. Lorien stopped near the frozen figures, staring intently ahead. The captain wanted all of you, here and out, to be witnesses, to know what's at stake. I'll show you. See? The first took a deep breath, concentrating, and then seemed to embrace the human and Minbari standing next to him, stopping his hands just centimeters from their shoulders. The ancient being's face reflected intense thought, and all the Minbari present on the bridge, as well as the crews of all the League ships in the system, suddenly shuddered, feeling the gentle touch of an incredibly powerful mind, connecting them all into a single network, demonstrating the same thing Sheridan and Delenn had seen. Negotiations had begun.